Unmute mic. Add to stream. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay. I think I'm good to go. There you go. I just had to add myself to the live stream. I think. Yeah. All right. I'm in. All right. Everybody go join the other live stream. I'm going to turn off the resurrection live stream and just join the bebotsonly live stream. I think. Yeah, I had to add myself to the live stream. it was weird. It's like I have to add myself before I can hear myself. I mean, I started the live stream, so why do I need to? Hemi says he wants to. Well, yeah, I'll read your comments in the other live stream. I'm just finalizing this thing. Okay. I got the sound to work. I think I got the sound to work. What about joining the live stream? How do I know? How do I get people to join the live stream? There. That link. Does that work? And how do I get somebody to join? Anyone? Anyone? Okay. Oh, there it is. I see you. I see you now. Add to the stream. Yay! Quincy's out in the stream. How to unmute mic? Okay, I can't unmute you because you chose to mute yourself. Okay, it works now. I figured it out using live stream. So we got Quincy and Bebot's only in the live stream. Got it. I got it. It's done.
Welcome. How you doing?
Quincy is on the live stream. I heard him. Okay, but he doesn't want. I know he doesn't want to talk on the live stream, so that's fine. At least I got it to work using StreamYard, so that wasn't that complicated. Okay, everybody go over to the Bevels only chat, and I am going to get rid of the resurrection chat. Because so invite people into the live stream. See the next thing. Okay, so before I told him I would read his comments. Before I turn off the stream, before I turn off the resurrection stream, let's see here. Go back to Hemi. He asked. He said he's got an angel investor meeting. So it says, unless you can speak French to translate for me, they will take president. Okay, go ahead, go to the investor meeting. I don't know any French except the one that everybody knows, which is Parlez-vous français? Do you speak French? Or s'il vous plaît, which means please, and voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? So, or if you could do PowerPoint presentations. And Hemi says, I believe the ability to do PowerPoint presentations was on your to-do list 5 years ago. Yes, it is. That and using Excel and using all the other Microsoft Office applications. So yeah, it is on my to-do list. In jail, do you have any trolls to talk to? Yeah, there are people to talk to, but they're not people that I want to talk to. Most of the time, I just kind of keep to myself. I could probably talk about that. Jailmate trolls. Yes, there are a lot of jailmate trolls. Yeah, every ecosystem has trolls. Even in angel investing, they have trolls creating false offers to drive prices. Well, good luck with that. I troll in all ways of life. Yes, Hemi, you do your trolling very well. He's got his law degree. When a supply of Cheetos boxes, now that's been found, all legal advice can and will be given. When his Bev was offering an IPO, I don't have an IPO, so I don't know what find it an analyst is right now. I'm sure I could figure it out. I could look it up after this. Those who know do not speak. Those who speak do not know. Chinese proverb, Confucius. Jesus said to her, "I am the resurrection," and I'm like, "No one believes in me, even though they died." True. Asking us to confirm your existence violent because we by observing we have now changed the parameters. You have to go to YouTube Studio to end one. Hmm. Schrodinger's cat. Okay. Source a place to buy. I don't get it. Okay, I don't get that one about the cat. The sound. The StreamYard is working. Flatter as people doing. He said something about another live streamer or another YouTuber about he's got a ulcers, diabetic ulcers. So he probably has diabetes. So okay, so that ends that. So I'm going to be ending the resurrection. Please join the Bebots Only, the other live stream. Let's see, check it out. So everybody go to the Bebots Only live stream titled Bebots Only, because I'm going to be shutting down the other one. Please join the Bebots Only other live stream. I am shutting this one down. Well, I'm shutting it down now. I don't know. So once I finish once I've actually shut it down, then I don't have to shut it down anymore. I don't have to say it anymore. Okay, I want to make sure I shut down the right one. And stream. Yep, end. Sorry about that. So Thomas says he won a lot of cash bidding against Conor McGregor yesterday. Congratulations. So that ends that live stream. Let's see if this one's still working. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. This is Bebots Only. We are live for a while now. Here's the link if you want to join the live stream. Quincy tested it. It actually works. So here we go. I closed both. I meant to only close one. How come this one says it's still working? Really? No, no, it says here mine's still working. Let me see. Let me check here. Mine is from my end, it's still working. Okay, got it. Everyone, I apologize for the technical difficulties, but we finally got the live stream to work. The important thing was I wanted to be able to have the ability to invite guests to come onto the stream, but I don't think anybody. But there was a troll that emailed me directly, so I'm going to send him a link, see if he'll join in. Try to make this thing interesting. I am So where is he? Where is he? There he is. Here is the link. Please join the live stream. I'll tell them. Here is the link. Please join the live stream. So he just gives me initial to what his name is when he emailed me. So there, StreamYard. I sent it to him. Maybe he'll join. So anybody in the chat room or anybody in the comments. So let's do a roll call here. Quincy is here. Gogo, Bobo sister is here. Hemi is here. Thomas. Where are you at, Thomas? Okay, so we got 10 people watching the live stream. Thank goodness we got people. So let me know what you guys want to talk about specifically. I can live stream until 12, which is 4 hours. I can't do my usual 8 hours because regular life has its demands on me. So at 12, what I'm going to do is the plan is on my schedule is I'm going to eat lunch, and then me and Hero are going to go football training because the last year because of the pandemic, he hasn't had any exercise, and as you could see, he got out of shape. He started getting fat. So for the last month and a half, he had that problem when he was like in, I think, third grade. He started getting fat also. So that's why we got serious with sports, because I didn't want him to get fat and get bullied and have all those insecurity issues with being fat. I'm trying to think of a politically correct term here instead of saying fat. That's why sometimes I'll repeat my words and hesitate. So, and now, while I was indisposed, or what's a political, let's say I was busy. So while I was busy fighting, while I was indisposed, then the pandemic happened. So he wasn't doing any exercises. So all he was doing was eating chips and playing video games. And he like everybody, he wasn't allowed to go outside. He wasn't allowed to exercise. He wasn't allowed to do anything but his appetite. So fast forward now, I started him on a regimen in December, early December, probably second half of December. So now we're in the second half of January. So we've been on this regimen for a month now. So I want to keep doing it every day. So the hard part is staying motivated, because there's no reason to exercise. There's no reason to practice. There's no reason to train, because who knows when they're actually going to ever play any games in the future. It might be 6 months from now. It might be 6 years from now. And what the hell do you do? So we're doing it anyway, just to be healthy. But it's so hard to train when there's no reason to train other than for the sake of training. So we're doing it just to stay healthy. So just to stay in shape, which is enough reason in itself. But to really get into the practice, there has to be the games to go to and to look forward to. So that's just the hard part about it. So that's what my schedule is this afternoon. So we got about 4 hours to live stream. So Gogo has a point. I haven't seen Hemi's comments in a lot of my videos. I've been making a lot of videos, and I think I didn't see any of his comments for like, I think, a month. So Hemi, explain yourself. You have a lot of explaining to do. He says he's got another meeting going on. So, I mean, that's his prerogative. So we got so far we got 12 people in the live stream, or 12, 11. It kind of bounces up and down. So please say hello in the comments. Just say you don't have to say much. Just to say hi and let everybody know that you are watching. So let's see here. I'm gonna write down some notes. I have notes here what I want to talk about. Hey. So here's something that's going to be funny to talk about. That's awkward. Talk about awkward. No, I don't want to talk about that. Don't want to talk about that. Anybody have any questions specifically? Zandax is online. Hello, Zandax. Thank you for joining the live stream. So if anybody has any specific questions, I'm just going to go recap the videos that I did in the past. Anybody, so the last video I did was about Christine DeSera. She's the flight attendant that died, and I just wanted to make a comment because I was trying to get I was trying to read the latest updates on her, and the police and the relatives, especially her mother, keep saying that she was raped, and I needed to talk about, well, why would somebody keep saying that that person was raped when they're actually not raped? And and I have to explain the reason why is that to save face. She had to save face. Her daughter died, and they needed a reason to why she died. And one of the common reasons why people are killed here in the Philippines is because they're raped. And instead of saying, "Oh, she was out partying," and she overdid it, instead of laying the blame on herself or laying the on the mother because she allowed her daughter to party with a bunch of gays that overdid it. I don't know, drinking. And so far, there's nothing in any of the reports that said that drugs were involved. Maybe they were involved. That wouldn't surprise me. It is a party. So go knock yourself out. I'm pretty liberal when it comes to those kind of things. That, hey, you can do it as long as you don't get caught, you're not hurting anybody, then, and you're doing it responsibly, then go knock yourself out. Myself, I had my own history with prescription drugs that I started using recreationally, not recreationally, but there was a point where I did recover and I didn't need it anymore, but I still wanted to get the high that I got from prescription drugs, and I used it recreationally. And there was times where I was in pain and I would use it, and then there's times where I wasn't really in pain. I just wanted to use it just to make the time go by faster. And I stopped using it once suddenly I developed a tolerance. And that's the biggest disadvantage when it comes to drugs, is if you take a drug long enough. I think after, I want to say 2 or 3 years of using it sparingly, I started to develop a tolerance where I didn't get a high anymore from it, and there was no point. So I just stopped using it. So why keep taking something if it's not giving you the desired effect? It just made me constipated and made me itchy. So I just stopped. There's a physical addiction. That's one part, and then there's the psychological addiction, but I wasn't really psychologically addicted. I mean, if it made me feel good, then I would do it, and if it didn't, then I wouldn't do it. That's as far as it goes when it comes to psychological addictions for me. So when it comes to drugs, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be hypocritical when it comes to drugs, because America was hooked on prescription drugs. And I think I was reading online about one of the big drug companies had to take one of its major opiate drugs off the market because so many people were addicted to it. I mean, it's the same thing. They work on the same chemical brain the same chemical process in the brain. One is just happens to be legal prescription drugs, and then you got the other illegal stuff. But the chemicals all work on the same dopamine receptors. So if you want to take drugs, then go ahead and take drugs as long as you do it responsibly. So I know in some European countries they allow it. The problem comes in is when you go into when it's like overdosed. So that's one of the theories is she overdosed on drugs. That's what activated her rupturing of her aneurysm. But then, more does rape, homicide, or murder get involved is because that's it. Back to saving face, and people need to know in the live stream how saving face is such a powerful motive here in the Philippines. So let's go back to the comments here. So the other stream has been shut down, so there should be only one, but I'm just checking if it's still available. I'll clean that up. Hold on. Okay, done. That one's done. Um, so let's go back to the comments here. Quincy asks, has any bebos reach out to you? Yes. One, well, I was in prison. Two, when I got out. One I reached out to and responded to me. One reached out to me and I responded to her, but she hasn't responded back. So I haven't really. She specifically is one of the girls from Cavite, and I don't have anything in my schedule right now to go out there. So I haven't been really following up on her. I really don't know what to do yet in terms of talking to the Bebots right now. So Hemi is in the middle of his meeting, but he's here commenting. So read your comments. Yes, Hemi, I do my best to read your comments. JDC, welcome to the live stream. It says what they embalmed her before completing the investigation. Hemi, I don't have any information on Chai right now. I can't even. It's hard for me to find her on. You probably have more information on her than I do, but at this point I really have no plans of going into Pampanga, Angeles. So well, Hemi, it was through another person, through another person, and so there's a lot of people in there that know it's a pretty close community, and people know a lot of other people that's in there. But I tell you, so what's the full update on her, Hemi? I think the last time several years ago you told me she has like a store. I'm sure she's still modeling. Yes and no. They know about me, but they don't really know about my online personality. because back then, 3 years ago, vlogging wasn't as popular as it is now, and now everybody and their dog and their mother-in-law vlogs. But before that, especially here in the Philippines, but in the last 3 years, all of a sudden it just blew up. Everybody's got a review, or everybody's got a vlog now. Everybody's got a vlog now. So I'll tell you one thing. Here, hold on. I need to close the door. Right. There you go. First of all, one of the things I miss the most is live streaming. And I miss interacting with my babies. Hello, my babies. I like all your comments. I like all your questions. I'm like, hey, Joanna with big tattoos and pig leg, do you know so-and-so? No, you gotta understand, I've been vlogging within the same city for several years. So over here, everybody knows everybody. So, people will say hello. Oh, so-and-so says hello. And, that's it. They heard about what happened to you. And so, it's like, do you know so-and-so? And, well, so-and-so says hello. And I go, oh, okay, well, it's awkward, it's embarrassing, but hello back. So just like that. I think these questions are kind of random, but anybody have any other questions about prison other than flattery in prison? I'm sure people want flattery. I mean, in prison, everything is kind of exaggerated. You could think of prison as for example, here, let me explain. So there's several different stages of prisons over here in the Philippines, in the third world country. So the first thing you do when you get arrested, you go to this. The first place you go to is called a detention. Now, a detention is not a regular Bureau of Jail Management in prisons. Detention is where they hold people in the police station. So it's about 15 feet by 20 feet, and it should be, so it's like about the size of most American master bedrooms, is probably the best way I'd describe it. And it generally should hold about 15 to 30 people. I repeat, 15 to 30 people comfortably. So what they have is inside there is, I'm trying to go from memory. Inside there, they have these bunk beds. And there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 bunk beds. And let's do the math here. And in each bunk bed has 3 levels. And so if you calculate 7 bunk beds, there's 3 levels on each one. They go all the way to the roof. And so that's 21 kind of bed areas. And in this bunk bed, you have what's a plywood. Just think of like a regular bunk bed, and then you put plywood, and then you usually put the mattress on top of it. Well, mattresses are not allowed because that's a place where you can hide contraband, and it's not really conducive. So you just have a piece of plywood to just kind of sleep on. So you have 21 beds in there. So, and that's supposed to be like it's supposed to be temporary. But like I said, there's been people that will serve their whole sentence there for years and years. But normally you stay there for only like a month or 2. Once your hearings or your trials start, then you should be transferred to a regular prison. And normally these things, I normally that happens, but sometimes it doesn't happen. So for me, before I got transferred to a regular prison with jail warden and actual of or where that's it. It's not a police station. I was there for about 7 months, and it's up to the police station whether they want to move you or not. But for me, I got moved. I wanted to stay there. Actually, what are the advantages and disadvantages? And the biggest advantage of the detention versus the actual prison establishment. Let's look at the comments real quick. No, there's no. I mean, there's no money being sent there. I mean, being spent on jails over here. No, I didn't get to do my to-do list of PowerPoint presentations, but in those 7 months, I actually got a lot of. I built the bootleg Gundams, the robot models that I for several years was putting off. So during that time, during those 7 months, that's kind of what I did. So 7 months. I was there 7 months before I was transferred to a regular prison. So I was in that detention. And so let's talk about the detention first before I got transferred to like a regular prison. So my first 2 months there was pretty rough. My first day there was probably the roughest, and then my first 2 weeks was pretty bad. Trying to think about these are not memories that I like to dwell on, but I'll go back and think about it. And then 7 months. By the second month, so there's supposed to be only be 15 to 30 people that could stay in there comfortably. So think about it, a 15 feet by 20 feet room. That's supposed to only hold 15 to 30 people because it's supposed to be just temporary. But when I was there, especially around Christmas time, my first Christmas there in prison, we got up to about 148. We didn't quite hit 150. I think we did hit 150, but some people got transferred the same day, so it went back into 140. It got really messy in there. So what is one of the worst things? I think one of the worst things about it is, I mean, I can go through a list. Probably the smell. It smells horrible in there. One of the worst smells is there was a guy in there in prison who had a colostomy bag. He was stabbed or shot, and his colon wasn't working anymore, so I had a colostomy bag. And when I first moved in, my bunk was. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hemi says, did I get beat up? The answer is no, I didn't. I was supposed to, but I wasn't. And there's several reasons why I wasn't. And it's normally it is, especially if your case is complicated and let's say it involves minors. And those people usually got a welcome. And it's usually ordered by the staff, the police. They'll say, give them a welcome. They'll say terms like that. They won't actually say this, but we'll use terms like that, and we already know what it means, and it's up to the person in charge. So here's how it works within the. So you can have. So when I was there, you can have up to 140 people there. And how do you keep so many people under control in such a small amount of space? And what they have is a system set in place. So there's a system in there. There's a hierarchy in there. There's a chain of command over there. So obviously there's two prison guards in charge, or always. So they're in 24-hour shifts. So one prison guard or detention police will stay there, spend the night there, and then they get the day off. So and then another person takes over the shift. They're there during the day. They kind of come in and out, and then they just kind of lock everything up, and then they spend the night. Then they wake up the next morning, and then there's a routine in there also. It depends on which prison guard is on duty. So let's talk about the system. So the guards would let it slip your crimes to the I mean, you. Uh, it's pretty much the the information is uh, spread pretty easy what you're there for. So I mean, if somebody comes into prison, I think the first thing, so the guard will say what their case is. So because when they get processed, they take pictures, and there's the trustees will put their information. The other prisoners are the ones who actually put in the official information of what they're accused of. So that's when we ask the trustee, the other prisoner who does the administrative work in terms of doing the paperwork. I mean, the guard's supposed to do all the paperwork, but what happens is the guard will train somebody in prison. Okay, this is how you enter their information into the computer, and then that person pretty much knows everything about that person. And then also there's paperwork that we have to fill out inside the prison about. There's a log book of all the people that come in. We have to log all their information, date, when they come in, what their case is, their personal information like address, where they were born, things like that. So we actually have a log book there also, because they'll ask us for information about them. So what we'll do is we'll gather information from them depending on what time they come in, because prisoners come in at all times of the night. So why do they have this hierarchy? So like I said, when you've got like 150 rats in a small cage, they're gonna kill each other. So there has to be a hierarchy to keep everybody under control. And what you have then is what you call is the coordinator. And they go by several names. So that's the top of the food, the top of the totem pole. That's the person who's in charge of everything that goes on inside that detention cell, that 15 feet by 20 feet. And then so that's who pretty much the prison guard talks to. So if there's anything that needs to be done inside, anything wrong, anything new, any changes, any problems with anybody inside, then the prison guard only has to talk to one person. And then after that, so the coordinator then has his underlings or his minions, or which is, so it goes, the positions go, I have it written down somewhere, but so the first person that's the highest, that's most in charge, is the coordinator. Then after that, under him is his assistant coordinator. Then after that, so he's kind of like the person that the coordinator tells, okay, you do this, or everything that needs to be done in prison you do. And then what's under him, so after the assistant coordinator is, I have to say, there's a chief. The chief is kind of like the law enforcer of the rules enforcer. For example, if somebody gets caught stealing, because over there stealing like money or food are the most common, or clothes or something like that. But usually food and money gets stolen, and if the person who steals it is found out, or if they steal food and they get caught, then the chief is the one that usually doles out the punishment. So they decide what the punishment is. So then they'll come to the coordinator and say, "Is this punishment okay?" The coordinator says, "Okay, yeah, that's fine." Or they'll change the punishment. The punishment could be anything from physical punishment to, it's usually physical punishment. So some other, what are the things that goes on in there? So in detention, since it's supposed to be temporary, you have to understand the Philippines is a third world country, and when it comes to money, when it comes to budgets, they actually have no money or budget or anything that comes in to feed the people inside of prisons. So if you're hungry and you're in prison, where is the food going to come from? Well, that's where you're allowed visitors. Here in the Philippines, you're allowed to have visitors, and there's a schedule. They have a morning visit, a afternoon visit, and an evening visit. I think anywhere between like 1 hour. And when it comes to visits, they just kind of come into the in front of the prison in front of the prison bars, and you have a few minutes before a new set of visitors comes in, and that's when they kind of hand you food, and they kind of tell you, okay, what's going on with your case outside. They're kind of like the communication to, and it's a very difficult process. You're talking to somebody through bars for my first 2 months anyway. So, and I don't really so the coordinator, once you become the coordinator, you have kind of privileges, but I don't really want, it's not really safe to talk about what those privileges are in public, because the system is kind of set up there. One of the rules when it comes to prison is whatever happens in prison kind of stays in prison, especially the systems that is imposed on there, especially when it comes to feeding the people. So the coordinator is in charge of feeding everybody in there, because half the people have people visiting them regularly, so they could bring them food so they could eat. Well, what about the other half? Okay, and so there's a system in place in there. One of the systems placed in there is, you have to create money or income. Uh, the prison has to have money to buy food. So if the government doesn't give money for food for the people in prison, then how do they eat? What about the people who don't have any visitors? Well, there's charity where the people with visitors can usually share with the people who don't have any visitors, to give them food. But what happens if you don't? But there's not enough, so you need a system in place where you can buy food. So what you have is what you can have is you have these runners that can buy food for the place, and the food that's being spent is not that much, but it is food. It's usually rice and vegetables and broth, and at least you can eat. You're not going to die from starvation, but you are slowly going to die from malnutrition, because you're not going to get any protein from that much protein from the food you're going to get from prison. So where does the income come in? Oh, it's prison is a big business. There's a huge business economy in there, in terms of prison, and the prisoners are the willing participants, are the customers. Andy is here. Let me go to the comments real quick. I Hemi says, jail made me realize even trolls can be missed. Yeah, everything can be missed. It really changes your perspective. It's an experience. If you got a bucket list of experiences, that's definitely one I can check off my bucket list. So, so she owns a Japanese restaurant. I'd like to visit this Japanese restaurant. Or no, I'd like to visit her beauty salon. Oh wow, that's pretty good. Uh, Andy says, "Remember when we met in Florida a few years ago?" I'm sorry, Andy, but I have never been to Florida. The only states I've been to in America is California, and I've never been to New York. I've never been to Chicago or Florida. Or the only place I've ever been to is like Texas, but I just kind of drove through there through New Mexico, Arizona, and back to California. I drove with a friend who I was helping move to California. So he flew me out from California to Texas, and from Texas we just kind of drove back, and we drove. I think along route, not Route 66, but something similar to it. So we went on a road trip, and one of the main reasons why I didn't travel that much is because number one, I was busy with school, and number two, there was really no desire. And then after I was done with school, I was busy working. So I was in school for a long time. Then after that, I was busy working, and then and then after that, I started a family, and then I said, you know what, I started working on my retirement at the same time. So I didn't really have much time to travel and explore places. Even now, I haven't traveled that much. And another fact is I'm pretty much a homebody. I kind of like to be comfortable. I'm at that point where, yes, I would love to visit if I have the time and if I have the money, but I retiring early requires sacrifices, so that didn't leave much for traveling too much because it's a lot of expenses. And I know traveling is good, but I think I'm so cheap. Not that I'm so cheap that I'm willing to sacrifice traveling so I can have a more comfortable home where I use every day versus traveling is kind of temporary. I had this one colleague, I think I've told this story before, where we were in our early days of our career. We were on a tight budget, and you have to allocate where your money is, or where your money goes. If you put money in one area, then you have to take away from another area, because we were pretty much fixed at our early stages of our career. And what he did with his money, because we were working the same hours, so we had the same amount of money to work with. And for me, I needed another car, because I had a 1991 Acura Integra LS, which was uh, which was 10 years old, and I needed something more reliable. I just needed to change, so I got another car. So I got a new car. But my colleague, instead of he was driving a Tercel. I mean, not a Tercel, a Corolla. It was like a 1989, early 90s Corolla too. You know what? I take that back. It was probably like 1993, 1994 Corolla. And I always called it a Tercel because at that point, there was really not much difference between a Corolla and a Tercel back in the 90s. Didn't have airbags, didn't have anything like that. So I wanted a new. One of the reasons why I wanted a new car was for the safety features. I wanted something with anti-lock brakes. I wanted something with airbags. My 90s car didn't have airbags, and I don't think it had anti-lock brakes. So if you wanted to to drift or get out of control. It really couldn't do that well with an Integra because it was front wheel drive, but he wanted to spend his money on traveling. So he wanted to go to Spain one summer with a lot of his people from his church. So he's one of these guys. He's actually Korean. I worked with a lot of Koreans, so that's where not that I hate them, that I grew to hate working with them. So Quincy asked, did you travel to many places in the Philippines, other islands? No, I have not. The boss was able to travel to Siargao because our supporters sponsored it, and that's what she wanted to do with her yoga friends. So she was able to do that. But I haven't really gone to any other places, islands. Actually, I did take a trip to the north, like back in the early days. I forgot his name, but he, in the early days, he sent me $500 to pay for a van, to rent a van and a driver, which is kind of, now that I think about it, it was kind of scary because the driver stayed awake for very long periods to drive because we drove to the northern part, the Locos, and to look at the beach over there, which was just okay. And we just drove to a bunch of different places, but he would stay up for a long time. And the reason why he could stay up for a long time because he was on shabu or crystal meth. He would take that so he could stay awake and be alert for a long time so he could drive. So which is kind of dangerous having a driver. I didn't know it at the time, but I found out afterwards that that's how these drivers would stay awake and alert for a long time. But I would like to visit some of the other islands, probably Cebu and probably the other. Oh, you know what? I have been to Boracay now, I think, but it wasn't. It was during a vacation here during my early. I think when I first got married, and I wanted to meet my wife wanted to see her family and visit. So during my first visit to meet her family, we went to go to Boracay before it really got popular with hotels and everything like that, and golf courses there. So it was a time where it wasn't that crowded yet. So those are the only two places that I've been to. Other than that, we've been busy. I've been busy here with school, with vlogging, and with Bebots Only for the last 2007 was when I moved here. Fast forward 2021, how many years is that? 14, 15 years. So back to what my friend, he traveled to Spain. The biggest problem with him was he died in a car accident in his Corolla, because I told him before when I was talking about it, when I would make fun of his Corolla or his Tercel, I told him to upgrade it. And for him, it just depends on your priorities. For him, it was more important for him to go on a trip with his friends with his church friends, his church group, to go to Spain. And he came back from his vacation. He said he had a great time. And I was the one who actually had to cover his shift. So he asked me to cover his. He was gone for like a week, and I had to cover his. He had duties, and I said duty shifts, and I said for me it's no big deal because I'm not going on a trip or anything like that or any vacation. I actually didn't take any of my vacation time. I was supposed to. You're supposed to have like 2 weeks where you have vacation, and during 2 weeks, I said, where am I going to go? I don't really have the money because I spent it all on a new car. So I said, that's fine. I'll just take your shifts. I wasn't going to get paid anymore, but I don't mind covering it. I was at the point where I was actually getting to work was the hard part. Like everybody in California or Southern California. But once I got to work, it's pretty fast. I really enjoy working with people, and most of them are pretty boring, but I look forward to some of the more interesting cases that would come in for me to work with. But most of the stuff is pretty mundane, and I just kind of rush through it, through the mundane stuff, so I can take my time with the more interesting stuff. So that, so he went to Spain and everything and enjoyed it. Told me about it. He said, "Thanks, Mark, for covering my shift." I said, "No problem." I wasn't really doing anything anyway. I wasn't going on vacation anyway. And the 2 weeks, I just used it to work, and I didn't mind. Like I said, there's a lot of parts of work that I enjoyed at that time. So fast forward a few years later, we kind of moved on. He called me once. He said he was back from his. He had a. He was where I didn't speak to him, and then he came back and he said, "Oh, he's in town." He said, if you'd like to get together, talk shop. And I said, "Sure, that's fine. We'll just schedule something. I know we're both really busy, but if we really wanted to, we can get together." But before we could get together and talk shop, and because he goes, "Okay, that's fine," because one of the things is I'm getting married soon, also. And I said, "Okay, that's good. Congratulations. Who's the lucky girl?" And then yeah, and I asked him, "Hey, am I invited to the wedding?" He goes, "Yeah, sure, you're invited and stuff." And and he says, "I know the reason why you want to go is you want to see my sister again." And I said, "You know me too well." His name is Will. I go, "Will, you know me too well." At first, the first time I saw his sister wasn't. He was actually upset at me when the first time I saw his sister. He had this younger sister, and so she was really pretty. I mean, like a lot of Korean girls in Southern California, they're pretty hot. Not all of them, but when they are, they're kind of, it's kind of hit or miss when it comes to Korean girls. I've seen some really ugly Korean girls, and I've seen some really pretty Korean girls, and there's really nothing in between. They're usually pretty hot, or uh, the shallow end of they fell off the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. So his younger sister was pretty hot. Saw her at graduation when we were graduating at the ceremony. I so when everybody's taking pictures during the ceremony, everybody's pretty happy. I mean, nobody came to my graduation, obviously. It was so I was the only one, so I was pretty much taking pictures with other people's families. I mean, I don't have any parents to come to my graduation, so all my friends are busy with their family or work, or so they're not gonna. So and I only had a brother and sister, and they're busy with their family. So it's not like they're gonna come to travel to my graduation. So I didn't. So when I was taking pictures, I was pretty much just taking pictures with other people's families. And I took a picture with Will and his family. And when I was talking to say, "Hey, who's that hot girl in your pictures? Is she your she your what's your relationship with her, right? Because she's pretty hot." And he got all upset and he go, "Which one?" And I said, "Oh, the one in the pink or the purple or something like that in the color." And he got all angry. He goes, "That's my sister. This is my younger sister." And he started punching me in the eye. I go, "Ow, ow!" I said, "Sorry, I didn't know it was your sister. If I knew it was your sister, I wouldn't have told you how hot she was. That's sick. That's my sister. That you're." So from then on, so I told my our other colleagues, it's like, who's pretty hot is Will's sister. In there, so during the graduation, I talked to some other friends. I go, "Have you seen Will's sister? She's pretty hot." So it kind of went around. So and then after postgraduate, we were still working together. And every time I'm always asking, "How's your sister doing?" So he pretty much got used to it. So but after that, he died in a car accident before he got married. And sadly, I saw the sister in the funeral. Of course, I didn't talk to her because we weren't really formally introduced. So I mean, and it wasn't really a time for me to come on and hit on my friend's sister who just died. So that was the last I saw of her. And but the story, the moral of the story, I think I told this story in the past, is the he died in a car accident. One of the theories is he fell asleep during the car because we hold a lot of long hours, and then there's times where I've done that also. Our schedules are we don't go home until the work is finished, and sometimes the work is very long, and then we have to drive home or we have to go very early, and sometimes we. It's not like we have little sleep. Sometimes we have no sleep whatsoever. And I've caught myself times where I'm driving, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to get a safer car, something that wasn't going to kill me. You know, a '90s car was fine to get you from point A to point B, but it wasn't going to save your life. So in my Integra, the only safety it had this automatic seatbelt that came up and strangled you if you didn't have your head on proper. I would joke around with people. Sometimes I would ask them to open the door, stick their head out to check if how my parking is, and they would stick their head out, and then the seatbelt would open up, would slide back, and it would come around their neck and strangle them. And it was kind of funny at the time, but they got rid of those automatic seatbelts that swing up and down anymore because of that reason. And so he died in his Corolla. He fell asleep. So for me, it's so if I for me, I know my limits. So if I get to the point where I'm fighting sleep, I'll just pull over somewhere. I'll pull over in a gas station or wherever it is that my work is at. If it's far away, if they have a rest stop, I'll stop off at a rest stop. I know those rest stops are supposed to be popular with like gay truckers dogging or something like that. I think that's what the term is. So no, I'm not interested in that. I'll go in there, use the bathroom. Sometimes they have vending machines over there. I'll get something cold to drink or some kind, and then I'll take a cat nap for a few minutes to just refresh me so I can stay awake for the rest of my drive. But some people they'll just fight through and just want to get home earlier. I just want to get home, period. And if that's not what it, and he fell asleep and he died right before he got married. And I saw his fiance also. She was probably from his church also, and she was pretty also, not as hot as his sister. And I would make jokes about him. I would say, Will, if you were a girl, you would be pretty hot. I would be all over you if you were just a girl. As a matter of fact, if you wore something frilly and pink right now, I would be tempted. Just tempted. That's it. Not. I would probably think. I would be thinking about your sister, and you would be reminding me of your sister, and then. But that's how our banter would kind of go back and forth. So it got out of control. One time, our banter got out of control. We have another. Obviously, there's a group of us. We have another colleague. He's married, right? So it overflowed to him, right? And his wife has sisters also. So we would always ask, this, when is her sister? When is your wife's sister coming, or is she coming, or can you invite her? So it kind of overflowed to that. So everybody's sister was kind of fair game in terms of talking about or being interested, or especially if they're hot. Usually somebody's got a sister that's pretty hot. But anyway, he died, and before he got married, before he could. It was really tragic. But I was standing over. I remember standing over his coffin during the viewing, and I told him because all the struggles of an early career and a family and all that, I just and he was just looking there dead peacefully. And I told him, rest in peace, Will. At least your struggle, your fight is over. Because, being in school, we weren't really, all we were thinking about is just getting through the next test, getting through the next exam, getting through the next practical, getting through the next shift. And then when we finally were finished and over, that's when the real struggle begins of making a living and supporting a family and all the stresses involved with that, all the pain and heartache and hardship that comes along with that. And I said, well, you don't have to suffer that anymore, Will. All you have to do now is rest now. So, but obviously, there's it was sad because he never got married. He never, and the only thing that I could say to him at that time was, at least he went to Spain. That's all I could think of. At least, so when we were talking about our friends, at least before he died, the last thing I talked to him about was how he had a great time, how he had a great experience, how he was with his friends. I'm sure he was with his fiance. At least he got to be. They didn't get married, but at least he was able to go to Spain with his fiance and enjoy that. And I go, hell, I never been to Spain. They say Spain is beautiful, but I've never been. Isn't that a song? They say Spain is oh shit, God, it looks like Daniel. Must be, yeah, it is the song Daniel. So Spain by Elton John. So Spain, I've never been to Spain. I would like to visit Spain. I would like to watch a football game in Spain, like Real Madrid or Barcelona Football Club, Barcelona FC football game. Like I said, I just got into football in the last few years, and I'm not a fanatic, but I am a fanatic when it comes to Hero and his football. But that's something I probably would like to do: watch a professional game with Hero because we watch it together on TV. I remember we watching in 2018. We would stay up and watch the World Cup, and if we couldn't stay up, we'd watch the the replay together because it was in Russia and they had live games at like 3 a.m. in the morning, which we couldn't stay up for. So, moral of the story is go to Spain before you die. And especially because here in the Philippines, there's death is so common. And I already said that there's a lot of death. So let's go back. Let me go to the comments here. Not too many comments. Jim Bob, welcome to the live stream. So far there's 8 people watching, so thank you very much. So Jim Bob says hello to him. You haven't seen him for a while. Yeah, I don't know. Digital Underground Gaming is here, so welcome Digital Underground Gaming. And Jim Bob says 90s Integra was like I mean they all are. They're all made out of plastic and aluminum. So, but it was a great car. I loved it. It had a sunroof. I mean, it had a moonroof. Sorry, not a sunroof, but a moonroof. Power windows, but it didn't have power door locks. But I actually added power door locks. You could actually add actuators to it because I actually installed an alarm, which actually saved it because somebody tried to steal it. I mean, 90 Hondas were like the most popular. Any Honda was like everybody wants to steal. This just like the most popular. And somebody tried to steal my Honda, my Acura. So I remember going to the car. It was just parked in the street, and I was gonna stick the key in, and then all of a sudden the ignition where you stick the key in was like on the floor. I go, what the hell? So somebody tried to jerry rig it to try to steal the car, but it wouldn't turn on because I think the alarm that I had installed had a kill switch on there that if you didn't turn off the alarm, then the car wouldn't start. So what happened there? So I think I had to get the car towed to the dealer because I couldn't start it, and they replaced the ignition. So yeah, yes, it is a tin can, but just as long as you don't crash into it, it was a beautiful car. I loved it, but I needed to move on to something else after 11 years with it. So finally. So Hemi's finally back on the live stream. So Jim Bob is here. I think Jim Bob. If anybody has any questions. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to join the live stream, here is the link. So it's like an open mic. So if anybody has any questions, I am probably going to take a bathroom break pretty soon and get a snack. I haven't really had breakfast. So let's go to StreamYard here. Check it out. So nobody joining the live stream. So I'm the only one. So if anybody wants to join, I sent that one uh, hater who was commenting some hate, and he emailed me. I sent him a link, but so far he hasn't responded. I even sent him an email saying, "Hey, I set up a live stream, so if you'd like to talk and you want to discuss, and you want to attack me, you want to call me names, here's a link. You can do it on the live stream." So far he hasn't responded. I didn't think he was going to respond. Yeah, so Hondas are good cars. I pretty much stick to Toyota or Honda. I, as an experiment, I decided to go with a Korean car, but I knew what the price, and if I got a good, eight. When did the Hyundai i10 started falling apart? After if it was like $12,000, and if I got a good 5-6 years out of warranty out of it, then that's fine. It was like a disposable car. Then you could just get another one. So, well, everybody has a wrench here. Here, Jim Bob, I'll give you one also, so you don't feel out of place. Do I like Mustangs? Yes, I do. I do like Mustangs, but the problem is, like with most American cars, they're very unreliable. I mean, 80s, 90s Mustangs, oh my goodness, what a joke. Their interior is such plastic crap. The Mustangs now, I think the are great. They're a great improvement. But with so many electronics they put in cars now, so many things can go wrong, especially with American cars. You got all these red lights going on. It's such a pain in the butt that I would rather stick to Toyotas and Hondas. I mean, Toyota. So if you Toyotas and Hondas, they make great sports cars anyways. They make great trucks anyway. So if you want an SUV, if you want a full size truck, they make one. But what I would really like is, yeah, I would like a sports car, Mustangs, but they're not. They're too heavy. So I'm a bigger fan of lighter cars because I'm not really a person that likes to go fast in a straight line. I used to have a friend that lived in La Brea Heights, which if you're familiar with Southern California, there's this area called Turnbull Canyon, which has a lot of winding streets, and he lived in that area. If we would visit him or we would go to his place, it was really fun going around those twists and turns in the Turnbull Canyon. I mean, a lot of people die in that Turnbull Canyon. I think every weekend, either like a motorcycle, one of those Kawasaki or Yamaha Ninja type of motorcycles. I mean, every weekend people would be in an accident or die in those places. But with my Integra, it was a lot of fun. But no way Mustang with their V8 engines is so heavy that it would just, you take a turn too fast, it would just go off the cliff. So I'm not really a big fan of Mustangs. I like the way they look. I would if I wouldn't I would test drive one, but I would never buy one. In terms of getting sports cars, I mean, if I had to get a sports car right now, I would just get one of these standard BRZ or Scion FRS or the GT86 with the 4-cylinder. They're kind of zippy. That's what I like. Lighter cars better. But if somebody gave me a Mustang, but if I had to choose between American muscle cars, I would probably get the Dodge Challenger. I think it looks, I don't know. A Mustang looks good, but the Dodge Challenger, I think because not so many people have it, it would be a great muscle car to just cruise around with. So a Dodge Challenger with a big old hood scoop, or I would prefer not so much Camaros. So between the three, you got Camaros, Mustangs, and Challenger. I would probably pick the Challenger out of the three. Mustang would be second, and Camaro would be last. I just think it looks. What is it about the Camaro that I don't like? Maybe the stigma. It's such a Guido car. I don't make me have to bring up that story in the late '90s, early 2000s. There was this girl. I was overhearing this conversation. I was minding my own business. I was writing this report. I was writing this order in the middle of this report. This other colleague, not from my, I know her. I was working with her. I knew her. She was fairly attractive. She was pretty as far as colleagues go, and she was single. And they were hooking her up. Well, why didn't you go out with so and so? Why didn't you go out with so and so? And I remember almost falling off my chair when she said the response. She said, "So and so, I don't want to date so and so." And they go, "Why? Why don't you want to date so and so?" And she says, "He drives a Camaro." I almost fell off my chair when I heard that he drives a Camaro. So after I heard that, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right. It's such a Guido car." Like nothing so Guido like a Camaro Jersey Shore. The worst thing about the Camaro is like it's so heavy and it's underpowered, and it's supposed to look like a sports car. It was like even an IROC also, but like I said, it was so underpowered. It had but it was so heavy at the same time, so you couldn't do it. It was a joke, and people knew it, and only the Guido Jersey Shore people would like something like that. So she didn't want a Guido type of person to date because he drove a Camaro. He drives a Camaro. So if I want to make fun of you, I'll say, "Didn't you drive a Camaro?" So I think it has to do with that. I just in terms of probably the styling, the Challenger probably is the most closest to its what is it, the 70s style, 60s or 70s style. So the most retro looking out of all the three, is probably the reason why I would pick it. Anyway, I back to the comments here. Go has no wrench. No problem, Go here. I mean, I'm generous. Here, Go have a wrench, so you guys can all go wrench each other. So you guys can all ban each other if you want. So Jim Bob wants a C8. Yeah, I like the C8. I like the C7. That C8 Stingray, I love it. But like with most things, I'll just watch it on YouTube and I'll read people's reviews on it, and I'll read what people's opinions and comments about ownership. But for Honda, it would be the S2000. That was a great car. And did you know they are resurrecting the S2000 soon? Yeah, that would be a great car. So I would like that. Go, I think, wants one also. Yeah, so go, you got it. Ask and you shall receive. So we could talk about cars. If I had to get a sports car right now, like I said, I would get the GT86. So that one because there's a lot of aftermarket parts for it, so you can customize it. So it's not so expensive. Like the Supra. What I don't like about the Supra is number one, it's more expensive, and number two, it's like a BMW now. It's not really a Toyota anymore. So everything, if you look at the BMW, I mean, isn't BMW owned by China by now? I mean, if they're not, they're probably going to be owned by China pretty soon. Everything is owned by China. I mean, there's some parts of Ford that are owned by China now. I think Volvo is owned by China. Isn't like, I know MG is owned by China. Isn't like Land Rover or Range Rover or Fiat? A bunch of car companies are owned by China right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if China owns BMW. But to buy a Toyota and then open it up and see everything BMW inside, it just kind of, I don't want to say false advertising. It's not authentic. I mean, if I go to the Japanese restaurant, I expect Japanese food, not German food. I don't want to. I don't want to see. I don't want to go to a Japanese restaurant and buy and expect to buy Japanese food, and then when I open up the menu, or when I okay, bring me your best food. Like bring me your best sports car, which is the Supra, and then I open it up. It's like a schnitzel, or whatever famous German food it is, right? And like, but I came here because Japanese and the Japanese quality and Toyota engineering, and then I mean, there's nothing wrong with German engineering, but Toyota and Japanese engineering and the quality and the craftsmanship they put into it is way more superior than German engineering. I mean, I've ordered a German car, and they're damn expensive. When they break down, they're damn expensive to fix versus a Japanese car. So I'm kind of disappointed in that I'm not getting a true Japanese car with a Supra. At least if you go with a GT86 or a Scion FRS, at least it's like a collaboration between Subaru, which is another Japanese car. So okay, at least it's still Japanese. But getting German with my Japanese, it's not. I'm not getting the authentic experience. Not that there's anything wrong with BMW engines, but I would rather, if I'm going to get a Japanese car, I want it to be Japanese engineered and Japanese built. Call me crazy or picky. I mean, I the Jim Bob says the C8 is over 100,000. Well, number one, I don't think Corvettes are available. You would have to import it, and they have this 100% import tax. So, for example, if a car cost $50,000 over there, it would cost you to import it over here. You would, number one, you would incur the cost of importing it, which would probably be, I assume, like $10,000 to import it here. And then you would have to pay the import tax, which is the value of the car. So another $50,000. Well, then it's better just to buy a car over here then. So instead of, so you would have, so if you were to buy a car over here, for example, like a Mustang, it would be $30,000 over there. But when you get here to the Philippines, it would be $60,000. So it doesn't really make sense to buy a $60,000 Mustang here in the Philippines, although they are very popular over here. American cars are very popular here. I think if I had to get an SUV right now, I would be tempted to get the Ford Everest, maybe the titanium or the sport, and get it in black. Also, yes, I know black is high maintenance. It's always dirty. Every scratch you could see, but I just love how when it's new, it just looks so shiny, and it just looks like so. It just looks so classic. I mean, everybody will say, oh, orange is the new black or purple is the new black. Well, just stick to black. Black is always the black. So it's just classic. You can't go wrong with it if you get everybody likes that color. I mean, some colors, I mean, like I said, my first car was white because I wanted to be practical. I wasn't going to be washing it that much, and I didn't want a dark color because it would get too hot. Then my second car was silver, and as I got older, I just migrated to black. It was just, I didn't want any other color after that. And it's a younger, I would want like more flashier colors. But as I get older, I just want a safe color. Yes, it's high maintenance, but I wouldn't get a sports car in black. But it depends on the sports car because there's so many little details that you miss out in a black car. But the number one reason probably I like black is because I like everything to match. I like every trim to match. So every trim is usually black, and everything goes so well. So if you got this chrome finish, the chrome and the black go so good together. That shiny chrome, and then So when it's black, you don't see the little cheap parts as easily. You don't really see the cheap plastic parts as easily because they kind of blend into the black so easily. So it doesn't bother me as much. That's why it's one of the main reasons why I always get the black color. I mean, the Mirage that I got was I wanted it in black, but they didn't have it in black, so I got it in red. Whereas the Mirage right now, who knows? So back to the comments. So Jim Bob says, I agree, black is my color. Also, my Lexus was black. Yeah, you can't go wrong with it. Chat's audition video. Uh, Chai's audition video? Let's check that out. Oops. Oh man, that's such a long time ago. Do you have any new videos of her now? So that was a. So is there any new videos of her that she's made? If she started blogging about her salon or makeup tips or how to makeup, so that would be more interesting. So also, let's go back to the comments over here. Some more interesting ones. Super powertrain is a BMW made in Austria. It even has BMWs in the parts. I agree. It's not authentic like the 90s MK4 Supra. Okay, so Jim Bob is kind of a car guy also. For German, I would go Porsche. Yeah, I like Porsche. Hammy says, if I give you Chai's Facebook, will you promise to have her fall in love with you? Sure, but I mean, it's Chai is like water under the bridge. I mean, I can understand your fascination with her. I mean, she is a beautiful girl, and I enjoyed every minute with her. But I mean, she's too old now, and she's got like a history, and she's got her salon and everything like that. Well, there's so many like all right. The girls are just getting younger, and I'm getting, but I. Uh, what is that reference to? That's Matthew McConaughey when he was talking about the high school girls. But what movie is that? I'm trying to think of what movie is that. I'm sure somebody in the comments will. But the point I was making here is there's so many girls over here that once you've kind of established a network, it's really easy to move on to another girl. And I know it's hard, and I know it's not easy, but you have to. You can't really get fixated on one. Then you run into a lot of problems. And I know I say that, not to try to get to not to fall in love too much with one person, but it's impossible not to do. I mean, they have they're so they have their personalities, and everybody knows how I feel about these girls. I mean, I pretty much wear my emotions on my sleeve when it comes to how what I think and how I feel about them. So, but the easiest thing to do is, yeah, there is only one Chai, but I think we moved on from her a long time ago. So, uh, Jasmine, which one's Jasmine? Oh, how old would Chai be now? That was 10 years ago. Yeah, she's got to be like in her 30s by now, in her early 30s. Chai would probably be like 32. Uh, so I don't know what she is now. Yeah, she was very well endowed. So but I'm not really a good something like that. Does I'm a very well endowed person. That's not something I really look for. I mean, it's nice, but I also see the appreciation if it's small. I think it's cute. I would just turn me on. A big one, a small one would turn me on just as much as a big one, just as long as it's not flat. There's or as long it doesn't matter what how big they are or how small, just as long as they're round. Because I've seen some where it gets flat, especially after they've had a baby and then they lost a lot of weight afterwards, and then the first thing that gets like the fat reserves, the first fat that disappears is from their boobs and or something like that. And I'm like, whoa, wow, what happened there? Right? Just as long as they're round and they're full, I'm perfectly happy. I would just get just as turned on with a small one as well as a big one. What I don't like about how if they're too big after they don't age that well, they don't keep that well. But if you get a nice B cup, it doesn't matter how old they are, they're always going to stay young and firm. But once they get older, then they, especially after they have kids and they've been hanging all over them, they tend to sag. That's the hard part. And you could always keep them in a push up, but I like them to flow naturally. I don't like to keep them constrained, but the the bigger they are, the kind of the more gravity works on them. So they are fun at a certain age, but for the long term, so that it's kind of a balance. So yeah, Chai has her, but still Chai is a beautiful woman. But for some reason, Chai didn't break it in my top four or top five. Okay, I remember my top four or five was Michelle. Then the second part two was a tie between Gail and Joy. Number three was Anne. And number four, what the hell was number four? I forget. Oh gosh. But yeah, but you get fixated when you're in the problems. It can turn into disaster if you're doing the chasing. Hemi says she has a kid. No, Hemi, I'm opposite. I'm all about the face because the face is the window to the soul. I mean, when you're intimately with them, you're looking at their face and their reaction. So the face is if I can't get past the face, I don't really care what their body is. A girl with a big jug with an ogre face is like with an eye patch, then a flat model face, a pretty face. I mean, it's they both are important. So Chai knew her worth, too hard to control, to deal with. Yeah, she's very popular. So it says best will ever pick you because if you pick her, then it leads to disaster. Yeah, I've seen where the no, I haven't. Digital Underground. As you could see, she's busy. So so here it is. So let me tell you a story. So while I was in my Jim Bob says face for me in the long run, but short time face can be okay. TNA is important. Yes, TNA is important. I mean, I agree with you, right? But sometimes you can't have everything. You have to pick and choose your battles. Okay, it's like you're always, you don't interact with the TNA. You only interact with the TNA when you're doing the deed. But everything else, you have to interact through their face. I mean, when you talk to them, you have to look, and I have to interact, and that's how you create intimacy. And everybody knows I can't get it up without intimacy. And if their face looks like an ogre, there goes the intimacy out the door. A face will go faster than a good body. Well, a face it depends. If you take care of the face, if you don't go through hardship, if you don't do, if they don't have like a drug addict lifestyle, like what's that girl from Herbie the Love, Lindsay Lohan, then their face is gonna be just as fine, and they're gonna age beautifully. Like for example, Linda Carter, the original Wonder Woman. You know, she looks hot. Who else looks hot that never ages? Brooke Shields, I think. So long term will. So I never understand the point of face will go faster in a good body. If a girl has curves, always be there. Well, the body, she still has to take care of herself, especially with kids. If she has kids, it's going to be harder to you know, it's like a full time job, uh, maintaining your body. It's easier when you're single and you're young, and that's a priority, but harder to do as you get older, especially when you have other priorities. Like right now, I would love to work out. I would love to get back into shape, but I have to choose. You know, I don't want to be fit, and then Hero is like in bad shape because I have a neighbor actually like that. I have a neighbor. He has two boys, and they're obese and fat. Well, him, the father, the guy, he's like he does triathlons every weekend. That guy has like 0.1% body fat. He's as fit as a fiddle, strong, legs powerful, body powerful because he does triathlons. He's like I see him biking, swimming every weekend, everywhere I go, I see him always running. I'll be just driving along to go to 7-Eleven, and I see him running always in his short shorts. But his kids are as fat as Jabba the Hutt. And I was kind of telling myself, I was like, I don't know, that seems kind of the strange or the priority. And I told Hero about these neighbors, these kids. They were actually his age, and we just kind of watch them grow fatter. So the dad says, well, they could join me in the triathlon, but that's a triathlon. That's hard to do. I mean, it's not like playing a game like basketball or football where they're actually playing a game. When you're the triathlon, it's like something. There's nothing more boring than just kind of just running for the sake of running. I can understand at least with basketball, you're running for a reason. You know, there's strategy, there's decision making, there's a lot of you do your fakes, you have this kind of thrill of like shooting the basket or a fadeaway or a great no look pass assist, and you're sitting there smiling. But I'm not sitting when I'm just running for the sake of running. I'm not smiling. I'm just like, when the hell am I going to get to the finish? So I can. There's no journey there. So, but at least with a game or soccer, it's like win or lose. At least you had fun. So the face, like I said, I have to have intimacy, and if I can't have intimacy with the face, then I don't care. Pretty much, it stops there. I mean, why would I be talking to this girl anyway, right? When the end game is at the end of the day, you know, if you're talking to a beautiful girl, that end game is always there. It's always the objective is always kind of looming in there. Not so much with an ugly girl. There's no end game there for me with an ugly girl. I mean, when I was younger, I didn't really care. I actually went out with this when I was in college. She was kind of like a tomboy. I could see if she did herself, like grew her hair and like wore like girls' clothes, she would pull it off. She would actually look like a girl, but she wasn't. And her and I could tell that we had some sort of chemistry, but it was a girl that done herself up like a dude. And I go if I was really drunk enough, I guess I would, but I was never really drunk enough with her to be able to cross that path. So we just kind of had coffee a few times, and I just wanted to see if I saw her outside of the regular school setting that maybe I would get horny enough to take her, you know, to have at least a friends with benefit with her. But she was just too tomboyish and not girly enough for me to cross that line with her, and we just kind of friend zoned after that. So sorry, My argument, and Jim Bob argues that the face is a feeling. Mr. Ho says, "How's your bottom feeling?" Well, it's feeling pretty good. If you want to talk about it, here's the link. And if you want to join me, so for anybody who's interested, how many pretty 50-year-olds? There's a lot of pretty. Christy Brinkley is pretty. She's like I said, Linda Carter is pretty. Marissa Tomei is very pretty. So there's a lot of wait. I know this is kind of unfair because I'm like saying supermodels. Cindy Crawford in her 50s is still very pretty. So yeah, I'm all over that. So so he says he's moving to Greenfield, so I can. So yeah, sure, why not? I'll deliver it to you. Hemi says I can have intimacy with her jugs. Why would I be looking at her face when I could be looking at her playing with her jugs? No, a face is still more interesting than a pair of jugs. A pair of jugs is just because I've seen a lot of people naked, and when you see nakedness, it's just anatomy after a while, and it's just like one pair of boobs looks the same as another pair of boobs, just like a vagina looks the same as. I mean, one vagina could have, and a vagina is not the most interesting looking, but it looks like an alien. I mean, it looks like when I look at the predator face, that's what it looks like, a vagina. You look like one ugly vagina when I look at the predator face. So you can't really. So when it comes to anatomy, they all start looking alike after a while. Yes, it's going to be firm, it's going to be round, but one firm round boobs is going to look just as the same as another firm round boobs. It has no personality like a face. So Hemi, I don't think you're going to win this argument with me when it comes to what's more preferred: a beautiful face, a beautiful face, or a pair of boobs. You could spend time looking at that. Well, if I ever get my hard drive from the police back, like I said, I will look up I have some topless pictures of Chai that you can look at. I'll send to you if you want. I do have topless pictures of her, and they look really good topless. They're very firm. They're very round. They stay up. They're huge. But like I said, what was it? You get tired of them after a while. I mean, like tattoo artists when they're like tattooing on boobs, it doesn't get them turned on anymore. Was that the promo from the body painting? I don't think I have any pictures of that. No, I have some topless pictures of her from when we were in the hotel, the famous one that keeps getting deleted. So Grim, here's a link if you want to join the live stream. There. See that. No, like I said, I've got one from the Sogo. But we did it artistically. Obviously, we did it artistically. We didn't want to just like show like boobs. I told her kind of do it at an angle, so it doesn't, to kind of leave a little bit to them, just a little bit to the imagination. But of course, we were in the room. She was like hanging around, walking around topless the whole time. And after a while, it was kind of like in the beginning, it was kind of like exciting. But then after a while, I was like, okay, it's just Chai, just topless. Okay. So she has an awesome body that won't quit. That body painting one, as you could see from the body painting, I mean, even though it's big, it was still stayed up really good. It defied gravity. You would think like boobs that big would show some kind of sagginess, but it didn't. Because I think she was especially at that time when I took that video of her. At that time, she was in her teens. So at that age, they defy all kinds of gravity at that age. So if she put on a lot of different outfits that she modeled for the video. I mean, because she's a model, she's supposed to be a professional model. So she was very. We were very professional when we did that, and we were supposed to do another one. I think, but I just never got around to it. That goes to show you how much I was so fascinated by her body that I didn't get around to do another photo shoot. It was just like at a point, well, already did one. What's the point of doing another one? What is it that I'm going to do in the second one that I didn't do, that I didn't capture in the first one? I'm sure, Hemi, if you sent me money to go to Angeles and then rent another room and take a bunch of pictures of semi-nude pictures with her, I probably would have, and you'd compensated me well enough. I would have done it, but I didn't for some reason, or I mean, that reason is obvious, is I didn't do it on my own my second time. The first time I did it on my own, but after a while, I had so many other fires to put out that I was more excited about. That the second photo shoot of her, and I didn't have any more new clothes for her to try on. I would have to go out and buy more clothes on my own. At that stage, I wasn't really rolling in money at that time, so I had to pick and choose where I would spend the money, and I already spent money on her clothes for her to model, and then going through all the embroidery, and I didn't have the money to go do another one. Jasmine, which one's Jasmine? I can't remember Jasmine. Which one's Jasmine? I know there's a Jasmine. I just can't remember her. She must have been when it comes to Bebots only videos, or Bebots, it's like the porn industry. There's some girls that I just do one video and I never see again, and then there's some girls that I just keep seeing over, and they're interested and they want to do more videos, and then they want to make a career out of it. So Jasmine is probably one of those people that I just saw one time, made a video, made an intro video, made an interview. As you can see, as the evolution, I used to do just short videos, but then as I did more interviews that lasted longer. And for some reason, I can't remember Jasmine. I'm sure if you show me her face or her picture, I was like, oh, okay, I remember now. But I mean, I interviewed over 100 girls during that 5-year period. So it's easy for me to forget, especially in my age. I have so many memories that the ones I don't think about, I can only keep. And if I don't think about it, I won't remember. I never seen it. I feel deprived. Chai had big ones for Panay. What else? Let's see. I'd like to see how she looks. She looks good. I'm sure. She was a bigger Filipino first generation. So there's no pictures of her online. She's the bigger Jasmine. And sometimes that's not their real name. Sometimes it's their nickname. So maybe I know her as her real name and not her nickname. Who would you like to see you have seen only once? Who would I like to see more? Oh, a lot. Probably the first one off the top of my head would have to say Tristel. Is probably one of the girls I wish I saw again. I would have loved to see Tristel again. But then there was some controversy afterwards once her video came out. They wanted to. It always happens once her Bebots only video comes out. They want to her classmates find out, the school finds out, that they want to kick her out of school because she made this Bebots only video. It becomes very for like 2 weeks. She's like the viral discussion of the town because she made it into one of our Bebots only videos. Jasmine and Mary met with Wes. Jasmine and Mary. Whew. Okay, Mary. Okay, it's coming back. It's slowly coming back to me. Bigger body size. So it's hard to talk about like the first generation because it's so long ago. I mean, that's such a it's just and gosh, I can't even remember Jasmine. Bigger body size. I remember one of the bigger body sizes was Kate. If you remember Kate, she was with another. She was kind of loud. She remember the other girl. Her and Kate and I were hanging out. We were at the restaurant. We were having coffee or dessert, and I was with Kate. And I remember videotaping Wes with her friend. I can't even remember her friend, but Kate was a bigger girl. She wasn't my type, but she was fun. I could hang out with her, and they were on one seating area, and me and Kate were in another seating area. That's what I remember. Jasmine, though, Mary kind of sounds vaguely familiar now, but they met with all the girls in the pool resort with his friend. Yeah, there's a lot of girls. Chick. It sounds familiar, but who else was married? There's another girl, Katrina, was married. She was in one of my videos. She came to one of the first or second mixer parties. So Katrina got married. So uh, the guy messaged me, and they were able to make a connection directly. And from then on, he they got married, and if anybody's seen her from so here's the funny part is Hemi will enjoy this story. From last I seen from several years ago, I tried to follow up on her situation. Katrina, so there's some things that she completely changed. Her look completely changed. Number one, she got the biggest boob job ever. They were so huge. I mean, not huge, but compared to before, she got this big boob job. Are they real? Yeah, they're really fake. But I mean, so what? So she got a boob job, number one. And number two, she had like this arm sleeve tattoo. So something to match her husband's tattoo. So the guy was but here's the funny side story to this, okay? So the guy was divorced, okay, and he was telling me the story of why they got divorced. And his story was, it's always, when you hear the guy's story, it's always the same. When you hear the guy's version of obviously nobody wants to talk about prison or anything negative right now. Everybody wants to just kind of reminisce about the first generation, which I'll gladly do. So I'll tell you, I talked to every guy I talked to 99% of every guy that signed up for the website and upgraded, because the girls don't want to talk to them. So I end up usually talking to the guy. So I was talking to this guy, the guy who ended up marrying Katrina, and he's been divorced. And he said he was married to a Filipina before, but she was an American Filipina. She was one of those that had been institutionalized in America. And those are the kind of things that my advice is, if you're going to bring a Filipina to America, don't let her work, okay? Because she's going to get corrupted by the people at her work, the people that she's going to be, the income means that she's going to hold a credit card. And once she gets a hold of those credit cards, she's going to be Americanized. And then you're going to have the same problem as you do with other Americans, because she's not going to be a Filipino anymore. So yes, I think it's a great idea to bring the Filipino to America, but don't let her work. You should have enough income to be able to support her and to have your own family, because if you let her work, she's going to disappear from you. She's going to upgrade from your sorry ass if you do. That's probably one of the reasons why Joy stayed married to Christian, because after she moved to America, she got pregnant, she started having a baby, and that's her lot in life, is just to be a housewife. But if she started working, she probably would have left his broke ass a long time ago if she did that. So if she starts working, then that's just means that you're going to get divorced. So the point I want to make is, so the guy, his story was, this is what the reason why he got divorced, because she cheated on him. She she's saying, the reason why I left her, we got separated, we got divorced because she cheated on me. She went with another guy on me. And here's the funny thing. I I if you remember, I had Joshua. For some reason, I shared the story with him. Oh, there's this guy, and he's always looking online for all these backstories. He was able to look up, based on the limited information he got him, his ex-wife, because she had a YouTube channel and they had a kid together. And this so this so me, I'm curious. Okay, let me see the girl that cheated on him. That's why they got a divorce. So I looked her up, and man, she was fat and ugly. So I didn't believe that she cheated on him, because I don't think any sane man would want to cheat with this fat, ugly girl. I look up the YouTube channel. She was just like on YouTube stuffing her face. So when somebody tells me that, like, oh, so why did you get divorced? Because I automatically think take it with a grain of salt. It's more not the girl but the guy. In this situation, it's the guy, because why did you marry something so ugly and fat? Maybe knocked her up or something like that, because there was a kid in the video also. And he was chunky also. He had baby fat also. So they were kind of like two fat people. I think it was like they were like eating balut. It was like an eating balut video challenge. And I just looked it up and I go, oh my gosh, this is a 1,000 times upgrade from Katrina. And he just put tattoos on her, so they'll have matching arm sleeve tattoos. Put the best Florida boob job on her, and he got exactly what he wanted, thanks to bebotsonly, especially from the fat, ugly thing, Jabba the Hutt, that was eating balut on the video. It's like, you got married to this thing, maybe because you knocked her up, but he couldn't stay married to that thing. So, which reminds me of another story. Let's go to the comments real quick before we got. Jim Bob says Joy married the guy with the eyes. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't, on the looks category. But I mean, I don't really want to talk about that. It says boobs don't feel natural. What happened to? I thought we had some trolls in here. What happened to them? And Go Bobo sister says, you're wrong. My spouse works for 10 years here in America, and we are fine. She is not corrupt. Okay. Well, I'm just saying, here's an example. If Joy started working and she had her own job, I think she wouldn't stay married. I think everybody in the comments would pretty much agree with me that the odds of her staying with Christian would probably be low. But you could also make the argument that they have kids together, but she could have kids with another person, and then that could become another problem. But anyway, so Go Bobo sister, when I say things like this, I mean them generally speaking. Of course, there's going to be exceptions to the rule, and you're going to be an exception to them. But generally speaking, you don't want a Filipina to have access to a credit card, because even you will agree that's a mistake, because they lack that gene in their genome that prevents them from disciplining themselves when it comes to credit cards. And then the credit cards would own her. Then she would no longer be your wife. She would be owned by the banks. I think everybody can agree with me in the comments about that statement, that when it comes to money, Filipinas don't have any discipline. And if you give her access to a credit card, then she will be a slave to the credit card versus you. I think that would probably be one of the best arguments I could make about not letting a Filipina go to work. But of course, there's always going to be somebody that is going to be an exception to that rule. And if you're an exception to that rule, go, all power to you. But when it comes to girls like Katrina and Joy, you really don't want them out there in the wild open space that is called like American politically correctiveness and that American female mentality, that corrupting. You don't really want to expose them to that because I there's just too many people there's just too many bad people out there versus good to expose them to. And a lot and people like Joy, she would just attract them like a lightning rod to her because of her looks and personality. That's all I gotta say. But you could agree, disagree. Let me know in the comments, or what's your input on my statement about letting somebody like Joy go to work, and then what kind of interaction is she gonna have with the people at her work? That's all I'm saying. So back to the comments. Actually, I'm thank you for all the people that are coming right now. I see that there's 9 people. If I assume that one of them is me watching right now, so there's 8. So greatly appreciate the people that are they're sticking around. And so we're gonna go for until 12 until lunchtime. So we get another 3 hours. So thank you very much. This is way more successful than my last live stream, which I did on New Year's Day, which was a mistake because everybody was out probably recovering from a hangover or enjoying their New Year's Day. But this live stream is definitely more successful. So we got a lot of comments. So thank you very much. I don't see the haters. They dropped in. They made their comments. I said, "Here's the live stream," and nobody's bothered joining. So I look in my StreamYard. There's nobody joining. But here, if anybody, hold on. So if anybody's interested in joining our live stream, I'll be happy to address any questions or comments you have. Here is the link if you're interested. So it will take you to the StreamYard control room, and then from there I can have you join. I could either have you so we can discuss whatever topic you guys want to talk about. Sports, you guys want to talk about cars, you want to talk about girls, you want to talk about other things like in general, other subjects. I'd be more than happy to. So let's go back to the comments here. Not too many comments. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a bathroom break and we're going to take a snack break. So if anyone, like I said, the link is there in the chat. So if anybody wants to join, it's open mic. We're happy to have any other discussion. But later on, I want to do some house cleaning. I want to talk about some things that I want to address before we finish the live stream. But usually in the beginning, we just kind of warm up. We just kind of talk whatever, kind of shoot the shit and chew the fat and just kind of talk about whatever. But I do have some information that I want to get out to everybody before we finish the live stream. But right now, I am going to go on a bathroom break. I know I've been saying this for the last hour. I remember when I would do my long 8-hour live streams, I would just talk about it and never get around to it. I got to a point where my body just got used to having a full bladder that it stopped sending signals to my brain that I needed to go to the bathroom. But I am going to go to the bathroom now. So go ahead and continue with your comments. Let me check the sound check. Let me do a sound check real quick. Okay, sound check looks good. So everything looks good. So we'll come right back and continue for another around 2 hours at least until 12, until lunchtime. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. I'm just having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for my snack with some milk to wash it down with. So I'll be reading the comments while I have my snack. So we're working. We'll use this as a working lunch. So we have about another 2 hours. I guess nobody really wants to talk about life in prison. It's kind of depressing. I really don't like to talk about it. I just rather forget. Or I would rather forget about it. But if we don't learn from the past, we are surely doomed to repeat it. It's almost like it was just like a nightmare. It's like a long, imagine like a long 3 year nightmare. I Digital Underground says, "Have you heard from Prince?" No, I haven't heard from Prince. Last I heard, she had her own apartment. She had her own business. So the guy that I introduced her to is taking care of her and her family really well. They have a really great arrangement, and the relationship was working out. Because she's married and separated. He's married to somebody 10 years older than him and was a single mom. I mean, his background was he got married in his 20s, while the girl he married was in her 30s and was a single mom. And he said it was great in the beginning in the 30s and 40s, but once it got to the guy's in his 50s right now. But once you got into the 60s, and that's when 50s and 60s, that's when things started going downhill. And he never had kids of his own. And then over here, we've got a single mom that's married but separated. Her husband went OFW, and like most OFWs, they stray when they're away from their family because the loneliness is so mind numbing that you're just that and the stress and the struggle and being away, and then you're the only thing that's going to keep you sane is to have another relationship, and this relationship usually develops into the family relationship that you're looking for, that you're yearning for, that you're not getting if you were in the Philippines and now you're doing it abroad. So they're both of their situations worked out together. And because one of the things he was discussing with his friends or with me is the possibility of wanting his own children, because he couldn't have his own children with his current wife because number one, she's too old, and number two, she already had kids from another person. So the possibility, so Princess's mom was still in her 20s. She's still young. She still had a lot of asim, is what it's called over here. She had a lot of gumption still. I don't know, I'm trying to think of the English translation for. And I asked her, "Hey, this guy, he can support you and your family out of poverty, so you don't have to live under the bridge. Are you okay with that?" And she says, "Yeah, that's fine. Because I'm a single mom looking for something serious." And I go, "What happens if he wants to have kids with you?" And she says, "Go, okay, good. How many does he want?" Because obviously she loves her kids. She likes having kids, and as long as the guy can support her and the kids and her previous kids that she loves very much, and I love Princess. I think she's so beautiful, and I'm sure she's grown up to be a beautiful woman right now. But I think she's probably, gosh, that was like 5 years ago. She's probably in her late teens by now. Yeah, that's exactly her quote. Well, how many does he want? was what she said to me. So yeah, it's funny, but it's the truth. So I'm sure they have a very great relationship because she's a great woman. She just was born in a poor country, and she would make a great wife, and it worked out for him. He's looking for companionship and intimacy, and she's looking for somebody that will give her life. Period. And it works out. So I'm sure he comes here to the Philippines on a regular basis. And after that, once they're on their own, they've got their own legs, and they're flying on their own now. I'm not really needed. As a matter of fact, Remember, we run into the Black Panther syndrome. If you ever watched the movie Black Panther, after the main antagonist or the bad guy got a hold of the devil fruit or the purple fruit after he ate it, he destroyed all the other purple Black Panther fruits, so nobody else could be a Black Panther except him. So it all ends and starts with him. So it's kind of the same phenomena with Bebots Only. I mean, Bebots Only is about connecting people with the right person, in different situations. Everybody's situation is unique, but we're able to find the right unique situation because of our ability to network and find people in places and opportunities. I mean, I met her because I was just going to Walter Mart to pick up a needle nose driver, and then all of a sudden I saw their group, and I said, oh, "Okay, hey, why not? Why?" Here's an access to some people, and it was just by chance at that time that I met with Princess's mom, and that's where our connection was made. And then this person and their connection is made, and now maybe they have beautiful children together. How many? I don't know. So that's pretty much answers your question. I'm sure several years ago when I had my Facebook, I still could see pictures of Princess, and oh my goodness, she was blossoming into the most beautiful woman ever. I would have loved to watch her grow up, but I was not needed anymore, so I had to move on because there's other beautiful girls over here that were blossoming that needed my help. And until I ran into some problems. So any more questions or comments? I'm gonna go and continue eating my sandwich. So if there's like dead air, it means I'm just, unless you want to listen to me chew my peanut butter and jelly sandwich with milk to wash it down with. Well, congratulations, Hemi, for your windfall there. May you prosper there, Hemi. Congratulations. Speaking of Pine Angeles, what is the update with Sissy? Capital gains rate is high in Philippines. Yeah, it's ridiculous over here. That's why you don't want to show the government that you made any money over here. Once I researched like how to trade stocks over here or how to buy stocks over here, and man, oh man, because over here they assume that if you sell a stock that you're making money. So even if you sold a stock at a loss, they'll still tax you based on the amount of worth the stock is. Even if you lost money on it, you're still going to get taxed. So that's how it is. That's how they see it in the Philippines. It's like, okay, I bought the stock, but then it went down, so I sold it, and I'm still taxed for it, even though I lost money. So yeah, so I said, forget it. I'm not gonna buy stocks here because if it goes down, I can't sell it. I'm stuck with it because I'm gonna be taxed also for selling it. Yes, Emmy, you're taxed. So do the research, and you'll see that I mean, we could do it offshore. You have an account offshore, like in America, you can start a trade account over there. But over here in the Philippines, if you want to trade Philippine stocks, and you go to the Philippine Stock Exchange or some kind of, you'll get taxed. Yeah, there's no and all the stocks are corrupt anyway. They're all driven or all joined by the rich people. They're all controlled by the rich people. So there's really not much play in terms of day trading or stock trading here in the Philippines. Yeah, so what is the update with him? Me, I was gone for almost 3 years. I actually had a legitimate reason. As soon as I was able to get access to the internet, I started vlogging right away. My first day out, I just let everybody know, hey, look, I'm out. The first thing I ate was a Korean barbecue, and now I'm vlogging just to let everybody know I'm getting settled in, and I'll be vlogging regularly. That's what I did. And then I come back and I hear all these people that are gone, that disappeared. Yeah, I mean, everything I know is from what you tell me. So number one, he's back in California. Number two, he's divorced. So I mean, he just gave up. YouTube has changed since I've gone. Yeah, I've seen some changes, but vlogging is still vlogging. Uh, Hemi is saying that another vlogger has diabetes also and is about to get amputated. You know, I'll tell you what I know about these amputations. Once you start, it's just the beginning of the end, because it doesn't just end there. Because once you amputate somebody's foot, somebody's leg, it goes starts with the foot, then it goes into the leg, and it goes into the knee, and then what kind of lifestyle, what kind of, because part of fighting diabetes is medicine and lifestyle or activity. You have to be active, and how active are you going to be if you're missing one leg? So usually, if one leg goes, the other leg is next, and then once the other leg is next, then you're just in the wheelchair all day. You're going to have all kinds of problems, especially heart problems. So usually from my experience, after amputations start, it's like within years, maybe within 1 year, that person is dead. Most cases, generally. Henry says PV is back in America driving a car. Yeah, you know what? The Philippines, and if I'm not saying these people are lesser people. If I was a lesser man, the first gut reaction would be just to leave here, the Philippines. Just leave, just go back, anywhere. I don't know about it. The closest I would go back to America would probably be Canada, but Canada is nobody can. The only people that can afford to live in Canada are Canadians. Is the problem. I don't want to. I don't want to be spending all my time just anyway. You could. I mean, but I said, you know what? Let's just uh, let's put that conversation of like moving from the Philippines to another time. Let's just settle down. Yes, we have problems. We have ongoing problems. But just like with any problems, I don't run away from them. I deal with them. I deal with it, and after I dealt with it, then let's decide what are we gonna do. I want to move because on my own terms, because it's what's good for me, not because somebody or something drove me out, not because the police drove me out or something on YouTube drove me out or something somebody else did. It's because it's what I want and it's what's good for me and my family. Does that make sense? The biggest problem about Canada, number one, is the Canadians, and number two, it's too freaking cold over there. I mean, I'm so used to, like, here, it'll be like, now I'm getting so old, it'll be like 85 degrees over here, and I'm like wearing a sweater. Can you imagine? I would just freeze to death in Canada. So I mean, I just don't want to live or survive. I want to thrive. And how can you thrive in Canada if you're frozen to death? I wouldn't want to get out of bed if it's that cold. Anybody have any other comments here while I enjoy my snack? Hurts me like smacking the roof of my tongue because the peanut butter is sticking to it. So anybody have any comments about, you know, why the people left the Philippines. What should I leave the Philippines? Why should I stay? Why should I mean, if I left the Philippines, then there'd be nobody to talk to and nobody to trust here in the Philippines. As it stands right now, I'm the only person in not only in the whole entire uh, Philippines that you can trust and you can talk to that will tell you the truth. Nobody else is going to tell you the truth about the Philippines except me. Jim Bob says Hawaii would be a nice place. Yeah, I would love to probably live in Hawaii and learn how to surf, and but I've got a family to raise, and the only possible way for me to move to Hawaii is probably move in with Wes. But I can't do that to my family. So Miss Hemi says heart attack. Mike is dead. Yeah, I heard about that, but I'm not really too familiar with his content, and he's dead now. So you give dead people 2 weeks, and then you move on and forget about them. Have you seen any new Marvel movies? I think the last thing I saw was the Avengers Endgame, which I didn't like. I don't like that whole time jumping around, kind of preventing the future. It doesn't make sense. I mean, for Back to the Future, it made sense because they were kind of limited in how often they could jump around back in time. But once you discovered you could jump around in time, you could prevent the reason why you could jump back far enough to prevent anything from happening. So I didn't like it. So I don't like that. I kind of knew about it, but they didn't pull it off well. The jumping back in time to erase things that weren't supposed to happen. If that happens, man, there's so many things I would erase. I mean, if that happens, then we wouldn't be talking right now. We wouldn't be doing Bebots Only right now. I would have never met a lot of wonderful people if that's the case. You know what? Well, there's so many people that I met through Bebots Only that I would probably still seek out but when you mess with time, it's like I think I was watching The Flash. When you go back and mess with time, there's just a lot of things that can go wrong. That there's no way that you can ever meet the people that you would have loved to have met and create a relationship with. So, for example, if you go back and mess with time, your dream girl, will end up being a dude. So instead of being born a girl, it would be born. So the girl that I would love to come out, and let's say, for example, Chai would be a Cho. He would be a dude instead of a guy because you messed with the timeline. So no, I didn't like the end game because of the timeline messing, and for that reason why. So the dead body was posted on a video. Okay, how nice of her. Oh, you never told me you took topless photos of her. Well, it wasn't really public knowledge. It wasn't something that I was really gonna make public. It was something kind of like private. But she just asked me if I want to take topless pictures of her. I go, yeah, but I'm just gonna use it for personal, for my own personal time, quote unquote. But it wasn't something that was gonna go public. But now it's kind of, the cops have it, so they're probably off doing something with it. I asked you 3 years ago, and you never confessed to that. It wasn't something that I was. We were in a Sogo hotel together. I mean, what do you want me to do? Draw you a picture, Hemi? What do you think goes on in a Sogo hotel with a young, beautiful girl like Chai? Okay, I mean, she to get a girl like that. Obviously, we all know she's not a prostitute. She's not a bar girl from Angeles, right? Her and I had a really good relationship that we could do it, and she wanted to do it again. And I just said, oh, well, Chai, you're beautiful, but I need more. I needed more personality out of her, and I just didn't feel it for her. For her and I, it was just too much of a business relationship. I didn't make the connection with her. I mean, we'll get to the point that we could be alone but I didn't feel that I didn't that the connection was her. That I would love to have seen her again if I had the time, but I didn't. There were other wheels that were squeakier than her. She wasn't as squeaky enough. And you know exactly what I mean when you're getting, I'm only one person. So, and there's tons and hundreds and thousands of girls over here. I can't get to all of them. Jim Bob says, Wes has a great happy ending story. If you remember her story, Bianca, he put her through college. She's like a college cheerleader. So he wanted his situation is he wanted to come to he doesn't exactly want a wife. He just wanted like somebody to he wants when he went on vacation, he wanted somebody special to come to that he can call his own, that he could raise, that he could groom to be the college cheerleader that he wanted, that could be proud of, that he could have a connection or a relationship with, because he could do that with a non-prostitute. But there's no way he could do that with a prostitute. And before Bebots Only, that was the only people he was interacting with for like 30 years. They're coming to Angeles. If we would have met her 30 years sooner, they could have been married and had a great family. But this is the best what we could do. She's very happy and he's very happy with what he has. So he doesn't have to come here because just for bar girls. He came here for a real person that he made into a beautiful person, into a beautiful college co-ed. She's pregnant and super hot. You know, Hemi, if we were ever to go to the porn video collection, you would find me in the barely legal section, and you and Aaron would be found in the pregnant fetish section. So that's how you guys are. Me, I'm not really, even when my wife was pregnant, I thought it was kind of weird. So I don't get turned on by that. But if that floats your boat, and I completely understand it, because me, I'm trying to think of I'm trying to think of something that's that I like, that's kind of weird, but what I like is kind of generic. You know, when I say I like a beautiful face, I like a beautiful young face. I don't want eyes that are too far apart. I like thicker eyebrows. Maybe that's a quirky thing. Versus when it's like all plucked, oh, I hate that. When a girl like plucks her eyebrows and pencils it in, oh, I just want to just kick her. What the hell are you doing? You know, you're making yourself look like the cheapest bar girl ever. Then yeah, but when she over tweezes it, oh, that drives me nuts. Oh, you know, that's probably one of the things that turned me off about Chai is she has that mole on her forehead, and it reminds me of that Austin Powers with Fred Savage, and where he kind of went, holy moly, 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 moly. That's, I think, was my biggest problem with her. When I would look at her face and I would interact with her face, it feels like that mole was talking to me. And you can't see it on video. It actually had like 3 hairs. I think I actually counted it. 3 hairs, all in different sizes, all different shapes, all different lengths, all different textures. One was straight, one was curly, one was kind of in between. That was like, I felt like when I was talking to her, it felt like I was talking to it. Like it was like talking to me. It's like staring at me. It's like hypnotizing me. So every time I would talk to her and I would look at her face, I would look at the face of that mole instead. So that's probably why she wouldn't crack my top 5 list, because of that mole. I mean, go figure. She has that mole still. Well, there you go. That's probably my shtick is hairy moles. And see, everybody can relate to that. Even the Austin Powers character can relate to a mole that's too big. Now I have a mole, and if any hair grows out of it, I pluck it out. And if it's too big, mine is kind of flat. It's not like almost like a person or a twin growing up, like in the movie with with Arnold Schwarzenegger, where he was talking to the Kato or whatever that guy is. There's like another person growing out of him. It's not like that. You know, my mole is, I like to think it's more like Cristiano Ronaldo's mole, because I like to compare myself to Cristiano Ronaldo, because I like to think that him and I have about the same looks. Gosh, I can't say that with a straight face. Yeah, it reminds me of when you used to tell the other girls that I look like James Reed just to see the reaction on their face. It's like the people before I was arrested, I would say, people don't know on video who hasn't seen me in person. They don't know what I look like. But I tell them I look like James Reed, and then the girls would just give me this. Their reaction was priceless. Yeah, I was just doing it just to see what their reaction is. I think the girls, the priceless reaction. Have you seen probably the unlisted videos? I would do that a lot. I get a new girl, I think I would do that now. I would just say, James Reed is like this young half Western, half bar girl look. I mean, the mom is a bar girl. The father is a foreigner, so I have this mixture. So he looks like a a foreigner with or an American with Filipino features. So I would always say that's what I look like. Obviously, I don't look like him, but like I said, the reactions I would get out of the girls was priceless. Yeah, I was doing it on purpose. Yeah, Jim Boy said Reed is a Australian pretty boy. Yep, uh, half bar girl, half Australian. There you go. It's pretty safe to assume if you're Australian, you're here with like a maid. You're with the house help. Speaking of maids, while I was in prison, a lot of people were offering me once they found out that I was a queen maker, king maker, queen maker. Once they found out I was a queen maker, all of a sudden they were all offering their nieces, relatives, friends to me to they all wanted to introduce them to me. And I said, well, we can, but I'm kind of in prison right now, so there's really not much I can do in terms of helping out your niece or your neighbor or your sister. But I'll see what I can do when I get out. Hemi says Chai doesn't seem like the type you could bring home to mama, but she will never let your spirits down once you get her off the street. Oh yeah. You know, if Chai didn't have that mole, and if I was single, I could have made a good woman out of her. I could have removed. I would have. I would have made an agreement with her that okay, I will do this if you let me pluck out the hair out of your mole. I wouldn't get it removed, but just let me get the hair out of it so it won't be staring at me every time I look at you. Then I could have made a good woman out of Chai. I mean, if you can get a Dalaga Filipina with you in a Sogo hotel, I think you could pretty much get married to her if you wanted to. I mean, I could tell you stories of the relationships I had with the Filipino girls over here. And I try to be honest with them. I try to be upfront with them that I especially with the first generation, when they ask me personal questions, yes, I am married. I have my own family. But obviously that doesn't stop them, from wanting more from you. And this happens over several years, especially if you help them with school, that eventually they don't want you, like I said in my other blogs, that they don't want you seeing other girls anymore, and they want you to move in with them, or at least have like an apartment together. And it was very. I'm just a man. I have the same weaknesses as everybody, and that was one of the many temptations that I ran into. There's nothing easier than like, okay, running away with a beautiful girl and just leaving my family behind, and so I could live off in this fantasy world. But that's temporary. That's fun, and my lot in life is my true happiness is with my kids. I mean, that was like my kids are the most important. If you ask any old person, like if you interview a 99-year-old or a 150-year-old, they said their best thing is their kids, and I completely agree with them. It would be fun, but for how long, right? You've got this, you don't have this history with them, and obviously you could have a family with them, and they have, but I already have a family that I'm already very happy with, that I love very much, and because of my history, I could never do that. My father did that to us and really destroyed our lives, and uh, and if I wasn't strong, I would have probably let it destroy me. But I said I was going to be a there's going to be a time where I'm going to be a man also, and I'm going to be a man also. And why would I do something so devastating to the people that I love so much? So yeah, you can't have everything. So you just have to find the balance, and that's where a lot of my relationships that I have break up, because I couldn't take the relationship to the next level. I mean, I was there I'm good for a short time, medium term, one night stand, but the person that they're looking for, that's their soulmate, is not me. I could help you find that person, but I can't. I can be the person there until that person arrives, but I can't be that person that you're looking for permanently. If that makes sense. Did what I just say make sense to anybody? Can somebody sum it up? Even in something like, "Oh, you just wanted to fool around." Okay, well, at least you understood what I said. It's like, why buy another cow when I already have one at home? So I can't be I couldn't do that. I couldn't, like, what most Filipino men over here, what they'll do is they have both. They'll have a second family and a second house and and have the whole system set up. But I just couldn't do that. I wouldn't be a man if I did. So we had our fun. There was a time, we had our fun. I had fun with Chai. I made several videos with her. She wanted to make more. I could have made more, but Hemi, you just never were around to make it happen. That she loved the boys. And Digital Underground, she said that I was her all-time favorite. When she what's the she said that I was her all-time favorite. And when incense, wine, and candle, it's such a freaky scene. The girl is pretty kinky. Was Chai kinky? No, I don't think she was kinky. No, there wasn't. She was. I don't remember. Well, not with me anyway. That she showed any like kinkiness, like Hemi is like with pregnant women or anything like that. I just, like I said, me, I'm pretty generic. What I like, pretty much other people can relate to. What I don't like, pretty much other people can relate to also. I don't like flat boobs. I don't like hairy moles. I don't like hairy necks. I think the most beautiful thing to a woman, I'll tell you, is her thigh gap. If I see a thigh gap on a girl, that was probably, I had pictures of my wife before she had a baby, and that was like the thing that would get me so hard. Was the thigh gap. So that's probably like my most, when I see that on a girl or on a Filipina, it it's like it's my quirk, I guess, if you're looking for something that makes me kind of happy. You know what? I don't have my Facebook anymore. That was one of the things that was, so I had to start a new one. So I don't have any access to any of all my Facebooks. The only way I could find Chai's Facebook if she messages me, sends me a link or sends me a Facebook message. So I don't have any of her stuff. But it looks like, what's the name has it? Is that a real link? Let's see. Let's take a look real quick. Ooh, yeah, she is pretty hot for a pregnant girl. But I think that maybe that picture's outdated. Damn, she looks pretty good. And damn, that mole still looks pretty huge. Look at that mole. See, I get the first thing when I look at her picture is the mole. And I can just imagine all the hairs coming out. But her face, everything, her lips, her eyes, her eyebrows, her nose, her, even with the pregnancy, looks great. And it was like, oh, it's recent. Well, that's great. I'm happy for her. Congratulations. Is that her first child, Henry? Second. Oh, okay. All right. And then I wouldn't feel anything down there then on her second child or first child. So next, moving right along. Married for 3 years. She got married while I was incarcerated. That's too bad. She told me after having been with you, she wanted to marry a Filipino. She said that to you, Hemi? I didn't know you were on a talking basis with her. Besides, I'm not the type of kiss and tell. I'm very, uh, I'm a gent. At the end of the day, I'm a gentleman. Okay, even though the girls, I'm sure there's plenty of girls that told them that I have been with them intimately, but I don't think I've ever talked about me. I always denied it. I don't know. I think it's just personal. You know, so when other people talk about it, that's fine. When the girls talk about it, that's fine. But you won't get me to admit it. I think it's just not only is it personal, it's like you have to be a gentleman. And if the other girls find out that you like to talk about, here's the thing: you don't have to talk about it. If you've been intimate with a girl, the other girls will tell the other girls. And you know what? Girls have a sixth sense. They have that, like they have this ESP that they walk into a room and they already know without talking to anybody which girls in that room you've already been intimate with. So you don't need to talk about it. Okay, it just makes you look like a big a-hole. So I know that fact. I never have to say I was with this girl. They already know. And what is the big deal about it? With being intimate, what is the big deal? It doesn't mean that it makes that I my relationship or my feelings for this other person has any effect or any bearing or or my relationship, my intimacy with that person has no effect on my relationship, my intimacy with another person. I have a relationship with that person because of that person. It has nothing to do. I'm not that vindictive where I'm just getting together with your best friend just to spite you or something like that. That's childish. And if I want to be with a person, I want to have an intimate relationship with them, is because I enjoy that person and that's something that they enjoy also. I cannot enjoy something if the other person is not enjoying it also. It has to be, maybe that's part of my shtick also. That's maybe part of my quirk also. That the person has to want it and enjoy it just as much as I do. Because if I don't feel that, then I'm just kidding myself. Now I'm just lying to myself. And if I start having that conversation in my head, then I'm just going to go soft and nothing's going to happen. And we might as well get dressed and go home and forget about this happening. So I'm only going to go if you want to go. Okay. And if you really want to go, hey, who am I? I'm not so important that why not? Let's go. But understand that this is not, we have our, I don't want to say no strings attached because there's always strings attached, but, manageable strings attached. But there are lines that I pretty much say that we're not going to cross. Okay. And what that is, let me think of a good example. It depends, but I don't like. There's no need to talk about it. People will think what they want to think, whether you did it or not. People will think that way anyway. So I don't. I don't try to convince people to believe in something they don't believe, or make them think something that didn't happen. that did happen or something that happened. If you believe that this happened, then go on, keep believing it. Just as long as I know what happened because I was there. So that's the most important opinion here, and that's all that matters. So back to the comments. Yeah, wow. So people are still talking about chai here. So excellent. Excellent. So my relationship with chai, we were very civil. So I thought after she was with me, she went lesbian. I mean, she's not lesbian, but her girlfriend is lesbian. But you can understand why a lot of lesbians or tomboys would like to be with her. Hmm. Man, that every time I look at that picture, the mole. Hey, it looks like I don't know. Enough about the mole. Anybody have a comment about the mole? Because you never seen it in person. So all you've seen the mole is in pictures and videos. It's like it, in person, it's overwhelming. Exactly. It's like convincing the blind or the deaf. Haters will be haters. Okay. So back to I I guess the one of the things I have to talk about before my live stream ends in an hour and a half is the situation with the demurrer. Okay. Uh, right now is if anybody had any questions or comments about the demurrer. I thought this judge was going to crucify me after all that he did, after he kept denying all our motions, everything from motion to suppress evidence because there was no search warrant to open my to 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 handing out arrest warrants to my complainants so they would sure to testify and to admitting every possible evidence that they took from our house during when they searched it. Their everything was admitted. If you ever went during the formal offer of the prosecution evidence, so they get every piece of as every time every time my attorney would say that has no bearing on the case of human trafficking. What does that got to do? It's like nothing. The judge would say, I'll allow it, admitted. Next piece of evidence, admitted. Every motion I had was denied. Even he even tried to remove my right to cross-examine and my right to you were there. You saw the transcript in black and white when he told the public attorney, the public defender, okay, I told you about this case, twice already. And the public defender says, well, I'm not ready I know nothing about this case, so I'm not ready to try this case. He doesn't even know what to cross the witness on because he has no idea what the what to ask her. Right. And here he is gonna cross-examine her even though he knows nothing about the cross-examination. And the judge says, oh, you're ready already. And he twisted his arm and is like, okay, I guess I am ready. What kind of effing effed up decision is that by a judge to say, okay, here's your attorney who knows nothing about your case and he's going to defend your life now, which you're facing a life sentence of 40 years without possibility of parole times 3 counts because you have 3 complainants showing up saying that case against you for human trafficking. Oh, that's so. The only thing I was looking forward to there is I'm definitely going to win this on appeal. If anybody reads this and the judge did this based on one of the testimonies did not that he was that because of his biasness that he wouldn't even allow cross-examination by attorney of your own choosing. I thought I was going to win the appeal. The problem with the appeal is it would take anywhere between 3 to 5 years least, and then 10 to 15 years maximum while waiting for the appeal. And I was before the decision was made, I was already like thinking about, okay, I'm going to be moved from a medium prison to a long-term prison now. For everybody who's got anything over 10 years will be serving out the rest of their life sentence while waiting for their appeal. And I thought I was going to spend after spending 2 years in prison. I thought, okay, I'll spend another 3 to 5 years, and definitely I think I could win on appeal because of that. Because we even filed a motion to inhibit the judge, and that was denied also. No, I'm going to motion that I'm not going to inhibit myself. So I was asking our attorney, why are we even bothering this, other than you're going to make extra money, of course, for all these little petitions and motions, that you get paid for. And he said that's for the appeal, so we could show that we had all these motions, and we did all our proper channels. We crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's. That we did all our best even to inhibit him because of his biasness, and we have so for us to win, more reason for us to win the appeal. So the judge is going to be overturning this. We'll list all the reasons, and we're just giving the appeal judge reasons to overturn this conviction. And I said, okay, fine, let's do that. So I just, for the longest time, I accepted while I was waiting for the decision of the motion, whether it was going to be rejected or denied. Because once it's rejected, then because the prosecution is already arrested, and we're saying that we don't need to put up any defense because they don't. We're saying that with the demurrer, they don't have any evidence for what I was charged against with. And I said, if it gets denied, like he denied every motion, and I was like 100% of all our motions denied, even resetting the schedule so my attorney could attend was denied. So I was going to assume that this motion to demurrer was denied also, and I was going to have to wait in the bigger house. So lo and behold, to my shock, and now I look back, the whole time there was a point where he already made the decision. Even though he was denying every motion, he already made a decision that he's sat through plenty of human trafficking cases already. I mean, he's a judge that's been there for a long time. Obviously, this is missing all the elements, if not the major elements, like prostitution. I even said remember we had our motion to demurrer, and the prosecution they had 5 days to comment. So they commented and said, yes, he recruited the girls. Yes, he coerced them by bribing them with food and with clothes and with school supplies. Yes. So obviously all those things, the reason why he was doing all those things must be, let's just assume, because of the prostitution, because he wants to prostitute them. Okay, do we have any evidence of that? No, we don't have any. Do we have any testimony of that? No, we don't have any testimony of that. But we have, even in their comment, because of the girls are teenagers, and even though one of them is already a teenage pregnant mom, while I was busy, I already made my last video was, it's not me. I have a perfectly good alibi why I am not the father of this child's father. I'm not the father. So everybody's calling, these teenage girls children. Well, how can they be children if they're having children? And Quincy, you can confirm that he visited several of the girls, not just once, while I was busy. And he would confirm that all these children are having children with other children also. So we can't really call them children if they're having children. By definition, they're not children anymore if they can have kids. So, even by law, even let's talk about it on a legal basis. My complainants, yes, they're underage, but the legal age of consent here is 12 years old. Okay. But even if you raise right now, I think, what did they raise it to 16 years old So even if they raise it to 16 years old, there's still legal age of consent to whatever it is that they're accusing me of. I repeat, there's no law against consensual even at 16. So that's the law. If you like the law, if you don't like the law, don't blame me. I'm not the one who wrote the law. I'm not the one who passed the law, and I'm not the one enforcing the law. I am just living by the law. Okay. And because I'm living by the law, I am a law abiding citizen, and I'm here because of it. And a judge, not just me, not just innuendos, not just social justice warriors, but a judge that has been sitting on the bench who is more than qualified to make that decision, that's saying that he has not done anything wrong that is against the law. But like I said, that was pretty scary when he said that you're gonna be the attorney, you're the public prosecutor. I don't know anything about the case. It's like, yeah, you do. And the guy goes, okay, let's go then. And I said, no, we're not gonna go. Okay, he still doesn't want. All right, then there's no cause. Because at that time when he was already saying that, he already knew that he already had it in his mind that there is no that. But I didn't know that, But the elements, the prostitution is missing, and them testifying of his own sexual pursuit. That's not human trafficking, but he's being charged with human trafficking. You can't charge somebody with sexual pursuit of age of consent minors, all right? Because there's no law against it. So they needed, but there's a law against human trafficking. Do we have any evidence of it? Their answer was, there's a law against human trafficking. That's what they're going to charge him with. Done, and done. Did anybody make sense? Did anybody understand that? Can somebody confirm in the comments? Can sum it up why and what? Okay. And let's get into the reason why. But can somebody confirm in the comments that they understood it, or if they have any other questions, or if they want to comment on it, so I can have some kind of confirmation that you understood what I said? Hello? Anyone? Bueller? Let me do a sound check just to make sure that people can hear me. Okay, sound check sounds fine. I understood. Okay, but Digital Underground, you don't understand. Okay, probably I need to get into this more. And then, so remind me after I finish this, I'm going to get into the why. Okay, why would they charge me? Remember, because nobody has ever, let's go back to the money. Remember, you got to follow the money trail. So let's go. So I'm going to go back. So I'm probably going to finish that off. Whether I tell you where the money came from or not will depend on how I feel. Okay. But I'll definitely come out with a video on that. Like I said, it's going to come out. Like I said, the truth is going to come out. But just like anything, the truth will put not only me in danger, my family in danger, but everybody who knows the information in danger. Because as you could see, because of the culture over here, two very dangerous things that are happening that make a situation very dangerous. Number one is when cops are scared. Number two, when cops are, there's nothing stopping a person over here from doing something that they normally wouldn't do if they were thinking about the future. Okay. Remember, over here, nobody thinks about the future. Nobody thinks about the long term. So if somebody's not thinking about the long term, then I could just go over there and just kind of stab you in the eye, because I'm not worried about what's going to happen after I stab you in the eye. Just like that policeman that shot the mother and son in Tarlac. There was nothing stopping him from doing it. He killed those people because he could. That's it. He didn't care about going to jail. He didn't care about he didn't care about losing his job. He didn't care about these people's family. He didn't care about what he's ending 2 lives, that they were unarmed. There was no reason to murder them in cold blood. He did it because he could. He did it because he lost face. Right before he shot that woman, he said The woman said, the little girl, the little 11-year-old said, my dad is a police, so you have to listen to her. You have to listen to him, and you have to respect his authority. And the mom says, no, I don't care about his authority. I don't care about his police because you're not taking my son, which is normal for a mother to do. I wouldn't blame her. I have a son. I would do the same thing. I wouldn't let you take him and fight tooth and nail to make sure that the police doesn't take my son away. And then once she said that, the police lost face and shot her. And here's the funny part. There's other chief police that went on social media. Okay, this is to drive the point home. Okay, there's other police, not just this police person. Well, that should teach you to respect the police. You shouldn't be making that police lose face. Don't you know if you make the police lose face, they have a gun, they can shoot you. And just the fact that it's murder, they're going to go to jail for the rest of their life. That's not going to stop them from killing you. Don't you understand? Because that's how powerful losing face is. You make somebody lose face, they have a gun. There's nothing in this world that's going to stop them from pulling that trigger and killing you. Okay? Not the fact that you're going to be dead, not the fact that you're going to be in prison, because that's not happening in the now. Right now, you've just been disrespected. Okay, so what? Right? This is just like, somebody cuts you off in the freeway, then you got to pull a gun and shoot them. Okay, that person is just living in the now. Okay, they're not thinking about. But at least when you're in the freeway, you're in a car, and you could actually get away in the car. But what this guy did, he even did it in front of the camera. The whole world can see it. It can go viral. I don't care. But the freeway shootings, you can pull up that's been done before at me. I wasn't the one driving, but the person, I happened to be in the passenger. So of course I'm going to get caught in the crossfire. This was very popular back in the 80s or 90s, where I don't know what it is now, but the person that I was with, they were cutting people off. And one person got mad and pulled the gun. And I just happened to be in the way. But there was no way that person would ever get caught because they're in the car unless you get the license plate. And at that time, closed circuit TV wasn't that popular. So that person was thinking, it's like, okay, even if I shoot the person, if I shoot at the person's car, if I actually pull the trigger, because the rule when it comes to the gun is once you pull the gun on somebody, you pull the trigger next. There's no just pulling the gun just to scare them off. No, that's not the law or the way of the gun. The right way of the gun, everybody knows this. The true gun owners is once you pull a gun out, it's lights out. It's automatic. You shoot to kill, okay? Because your life is in danger, or your property is in danger, or other people's lives are in danger. So you shoot to kill now, okay? In that situation, there was nobody in danger, so they just wanted to scare us, or they just wanted because they got cut off. So what? Okay. The point is that over here, that the police will kill you if they have a gun, since they all have a gun, and it's so easy for them just to pull the trigger. So back to what I was saying about, so before that, so let's go back to another side story that I wanted to talk about, since we're talking about relationships with the girls, okay? And a lot of you, how many in the comments, how many people watching right now, we got 7 people, remember the first generation. I remember the first generation when I went into bebotsonly. The concept was pretty simple. Okay, meet real life verified girls that are actually women that are not married. And number 1, they have to actually be women. Number 2, they're not married or have a baby. And number 3, that they're beautiful. Okay, those were my specifics because people have problems with that, especially a lot of Westerners, especially people in the military. They don't even know if the girl that they're having sex with is a man or a woman. For example, i.e. Scott Pemberton. He was having sex with a person that it wasn't even a woman. It was a man, okay? So if you're going to be interacting with somebody even online, especially online, technology is so advanced now these days that you don't even know if you're talking to a man or a woman or even a human being, because who knows, you might be just talking to a robot or a bot or a computer that's designed to even just kind of reply to a certain message, and then they'll reply a certain way, and then there's just this loop of video of just somebody pretending to be, and it could be broadcasted to other people that they think they're talking to a real person. You can't even do that. I mean, with technology now these days, you don't even know if you're talking to a real person. So at least with Bev, it's only number one, you're talking to a real person. Number two, she's actually a woman because I'm not like the 100% the best, but I usually know when I'm talking to a girl or a dude. Okay, so that's one. There's a lot of things that you know about a person if you actually met them in person and actually talk to them in person versus never ever talking to them. I mean, I've got people that are getting married to people or in a relationship or in a girlfriend or bought them a house and they've never even met. Okay. At least with all the girls, I've actually personally verified them to say, yes, they are a real human being. Number two, they are real girls. And number three, they are single and don't have babies. And number four, they're beautiful. Okay. And obviously, most people you're going to have problems with. You don't even know if they're human beings. Number two, you don't even know if they're a woman. Number two, you don't know if they have any kids or what their marital status is. Just like what Princess says, Mom, I'll tell you, this is her. She has these kids. This is her marital status. This is the God's honest truth. And you could trust the information because there's really no reason for us to lie to you. Okay. Everybody has a reason to lie to you. Everybody, the police have a reason to lie to you. These girls have a reason to lie to you. Everybody has a reason to lie to you except me. I'm the only one. You can't trust anybody over here who needs something from you. Okay. If they need something from you, you can't trust anybody. As a matter of, as for a fact, then I'm the only one you can trust here because I can pretty much vlog. Hero can do football on his own. He's not going to have the latest and greatest shoes, but he can still continue football. I can still vlog. I can still eat. I can still enjoy my wife's cooking, the boss's cooking, with or without you. Okay. I don't need you. All right. So by that fact alone, I'm the only one that you can trust. There's nobody else here that you can trust. So Digital Underground says some of them, Joy and her sisters, don't even bring that up right now because I don't have time for it. Don't draw me into that conversation. I'm already drawing myself in that conversation. So there was a time, so that was it. And I said I would make the proper introductions and the rest, I assume most people were like me, which I was wrong there. It's like, just point me in the right direction. I won't get lost, right? And became a problem. It became a problem because there was, the fact of the matter was I thought the people were going to be coming. So I said, well, they need a place to, I ran into some problems. Well, what the guys are doing is they're just looking for somebody to send money to. And then the girls are not asking for money, but the guys are sending them money, even though the girls are asking for money. They weren't scammers. And then eventually they became scammers. And they were using the money on their boyfriends. So their local boyfriends. And remember, I always say to this, right? Money can't buy love. Okay, I'll agree with that. Money can't buy love. But here's what I will tell you. If money can't buy love, then what does love need? Love needs time. Love needs patience. Love needs understanding. Okay, which money can buy. All right, money can buy things that love needs for it to grow. Time you could definitely buy with money. Patience you can definitely buy with money, and understanding you can definitely buy with money. So what you see is I am not buying because you're not dealing with prostitutes. I'm not dealing with prostitutes. I can go all day on why I don't like to deal with prostitutes. I don't get a hard on when it comes to prostitutes. Okay. So why would I do that? Why would I waste my time? Okay. I'm old. I have a limited amount of time and I don't have any time to waste on prostitutes. So there's no chemical reaction when it comes to prostitutes with me at this age. When I was younger, when I was in college, prostitutes all the way go. I like it because it's convenient, it's easy, it's cheap, it's fast. Let's do it. Now it's a waste of money and a waste of time for me at this age. Anyway, your mileage might vary. You can make a girlfriend out of a prostitute, right? And convince yourself and lie to yourself. If that's what makes you happy, then go ahead, lie to yourself. I mean, live in the matrix. Okay. There are people that are very happy living in the matrix versus outside surviving and dying and struggling and eating crappy food and wearing crappy clothes and having living in shacks and living in squalor and having bad body odor. Why would I want to live that one? In the Matrix, you can be somebody important. You can wear designer clothes and sunglasses and have the coolest guns and have the coolest cars and eat the latest steak from House of Prime Rib. And there's no prime rib once you're outside of the Matrix. So, I mean, you have to make a choice, red pill or blue pill. Obviously, everybody knows where I go, okay, because I'm just that kind of person. But if you're a blue pill person, fine, go live like that. Stay away from us red pill people, okay? We want to know the reality. So, back to what I was saying about where am I at now? So back to the point I was saying why I brought this up. So I made another option. Come here, and I made a mixer party where the girls could meet, where the guy could meet the girls, have a short interview with them, meet them face to face, and have the guy like be in demand. Like he's the only guy there. And I showed you all those mixer parties. And I thought once I showed that with Wes and with, what's the other guy? Ferdy and all the other guys that had a party, I would thought that I would be having like a party every weekend. And I thought this was going to be a regular ongoing thing. After I did that, I said, don't send them any money. You're just turning them into scammers. Here, if you want to meet them, if you want to send money, send it to me. I'll get whatever it is that you want to do on her behalf. I will say in video in front of them, this is sponsored by Ferdy. This is bought by him. This came from him. So I am just an emissary or a proxy of him. It was all on video. I wasn't pretending to be something I'm not. Yes, granted that they were still spending time with me, but I was very upfront and I was very, very transparent on why we were doing this. On all the videos, I was always saying, thank you, so-and-so, for sponsoring this. Thank you, so-and-so. So when you come and meet her and you eventually come here, because I was assuming something stupid that you actually have to meet. But this is a different time now. It's a new age now. It's the information age where that idea of actually meeting in person doesn't exist anymore. The need to be actually there face to face. I was shocked about how people, maybe because they've never had it and so they don't understand what it's like to be actually in the same room as this person. Because after you've been in the same room with this person, why would you just settle for just doing it online? And the fact that they would never actually, these people would sponsor these lunches, these dinners, these shoppings, and never actually come here to meet them was very disappointing to me. And it took me a long time to realize that no one's ever gonna, I make these videos of these girls and I promise them the world that the people that are gonna watch this are gonna actually come and meet them and maybe something good will happen. But that never happened. Nobody ever came. Okay, you can't say I can count on one hand how many people actually came to meet them. Okay, I interviewed over 100 girls and only 5 showed up in 5 years. And and there was nothing wrong that I did. There was nothing wrong that the girls did. It just came to a point that actually meeting them and having a relationship with them in person is not the priority anymore at this day and age. What those priorities are, I don't know. This is, I can make guesses. When people would rather spend hours and hours leveling up their character on World of Warcraft or whatever it is that you spend more time. Or I had this one person, he spent like $250,000 on a Skyline GTR, $250,000 US dollars, and spend another $250,000 because you can't just. It's like obviously you can't just leave a Skyline GTR stock. And me, stupid me, yeah, right. Who would want to leave a Skyline GTR stock? I would, but I don't have $250,000 to spend on this guy, and he spends another $250,000 on the car, right? So our priorities have changed now. Okay, it's not about just fulfilling our lives. Our lives is complete because we met the woman of our dreams or our soulmate, or we think are a soulmate now. Now our soulmate now is a car. Now our soulmate now is whatever avatar it is that we have online. That's we spend all our days now playing video games or watching other people live out their lives now, and so we don't have to live out our own. So this guy spent $500,000 on his car, and then he's asking me why he's single. I mean, if you just spent a fraction of that on meeting the girls over here, you would be the next Christian, or you would be the next Wes, or you would be the next. I don't know what Katrina's husband's name is. I forgot his name. But instead, after that, we had several hour conversation. He went back to his car because that's what is his happiness. Okay, and I'm not here to say that's right or wrong, whether his car. I mean, that's his life, and if his car makes him happier, and if he doesn't know any better, then let him be happy. If the car makes him happier, it does whatever, because he can't go 200. You can't get on a bebot and go 200 miles per hour with it. Okay, but his Skyline GTR, he can do with that. So that's what makes him happy. So the problem it comes in is, I run into a lot of people that don't know what they want. And I'm kind of here to say, here's the red pill, here's the blue pill. Okay, the red pill, we go down the rabbit hole. The blue pill is your Skyline GTR. It does exactly, you press the gas pedal, it goes 200 miles per hour. It goes and it's all the, and there. Okay. And then if you want intimacy, if you want sex, get a prostitute. If you want a best friend, get a dog, get a mutt. A mutt will be your loyal. You want loyalty, get a mutt. That thing's gonna be loyal to you for the rest of it. It will lay down its life for you. There, you're complete. Skyline GTR, mutt, prostitutes. That's what you want. What are you coming to me for? Okay, you don't need me for any of those things that will make you happy. Okay. The problem with these videos is it creates this illusion that maybe is your happiness. Your happiness, if you're already, what I needed to realize is what make people happy, they're already doing, and there's nothing me or my videos can do to make them happy, or that will give them happiness, because they're already doing it. If they weren't happy, they wouldn't be doing it. But they're already happy with their situation, being single, being not in a relationship, being divorced, or being whatever. If that makes them happy, then there's nothing I could do or provide, or any of these videos could show them that will make them happy. It will just give them a fantasy or an illusion, but you can't create something real out of fantasy or illusion. So I needed to accept that there's nothing I can offer to people already that they don't already have. Okay. And then so my next question is, now that I know this, now that I know I came to this realization, now I came to this epiphany, what do I do next? All right. Because if people are already happy, then who am I to pretend or try to offer something that will make them happier? Okay. Because they're already happy where they're in this situation. Maybe not happy, let's say content or satisfied. I don't know what the exact words I'm looking for. Maybe what they're, this relationship that they're looking for. If they've never realized it, or if you've never experienced it, then you never know it was even there. Okay, only if you experienced it are you going to be always yearning for it. But if you never experienced it, then you're not going to have to be coming back here looking for it or anything like that. But what do I do now, knowing this information now, that I can't bring them the happiness that they already have? Okay, they're perfectly happy. What I realize is when people come to me is that it's just like an illusion, or like they're just like, I made the metaphor, the comparison that when they come to Bebots Only, they're just buying a lottery ticket. Okay, same thing. When you buy a lottery ticket, you're not gonna win, but for that $1, you get this feeling that the possibility that you could be a millionaire, that you never have to work for the rest of your life. So when you're on Bebots Only, oh, okay, I signed up, I upgraded so for that that moment that you signed up before you come to the reality that you're never going to meet these girls. But before you but but before you hit that, while you're watching the video, while you're upgrading, you take all these steps to finally becoming that millionaire. When by buying this, I'm finally going to become a millionaire by buying this lottery ticket, and that's it. And until you realize that somebody else won and you're never going to be a millionaire. Yes, but for that split second, I did think that I was going to be the next Christian, or I was going to be married to a joy by signing up, or by upgrading, but only to realize that I have no plans. I don't even have a passport, and I have no plans of ever going to anywhere or ever getting a passport. But until then. So then what do I do? So then when I realize, then what kind of happiness am I bringing to people that are perfectly happy where they're at? Okay, and the people over here don't need any more happiness or anything like that. They just need to thrive. Okay, they're perfectly happy. There's nothing more happier than poor people over here. So we got people over here that are already happy. We got people already in Western worlds that are watching videos that are perfectly content and happy with it. So where do I fit in? Okay, how do I, what the hell do I do now? Okay, so I had to come to that realization. I had to come in and, okay, now that I realized it, now that I accepted it, even though I tried to deny it, I had to accept nobody's coming. I'm making these videos now. So the first thing I did was I stopped. I retired. I stopped going to Angeles. I stopped meeting with these girls. There was other factors that kind of brought it to an end. Joshua was my last hanger honor that haven't given up on Bebots Only, but Wes already had Bianca. Everybody else kind of moved on, but Joshua was the only one kind of not giving up on Bebots Only, even though I've given up a long time ago, but I'm just hanging in there for him. Once he got his Bebot of his dreams also to come to America with him, it was finished. I didn't talk to him anymore. And all my loose ends, all my unfinished business was done. And I thought that was the end of Bebots Only. And I was gonna eventually. So I went into like a moment of a lull. I went into like a mild depression, and I buried myself into Heroes football, and I just didn't want to think about Bebots Only for a while. But I wanted to finish up the last story that was Bebots Only, to end that chapter where it began. And I wanted to show that all my loose ends, all the people that hanged on and that believed in Bebots Only, had their own happy ending. So from last I remembered, they weren't talking to anymore. So I assumed that they ate the Black Panther fruit and it was gone. And I moved on and moved on, and then everybody moved on. And then all of a sudden I started live streaming again, and then it came back to life. It came back to my drug of meeting and interacting with girls again came to be, and people were sponsoring it, and people were giving me the means to do it, and I had no choice but to buy more drugs. And then this time, what was the change? Okay, well, why am I doing this? Right? Because everybody's perfectly happy. Then and I know nobody's coming, so so the next generation, I had no illusion, or I had no delusion that people were coming, and I didn't tell the girls that somebody's gonna come and be your Prince Charming and sweep you off your feet and take you away from this tower of death, of poverty and suffering. And you're going, well, Bebots Only, why are you saying suffering? You said that people are perfectly happy. Well, there's some, yeah, well, there's people that are happy. Even in prison, there's a lot of people that are happy, even though they're suffering. Happiness and suffering can still happen. Happiness, remember, is a state of mind, okay? Just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean you're happy. I mean, look at a lot of people that have a lot of money that are miserable, okay? But I don't want to, there's arguments there about, does money make happiness? Money doesn't. We can get into that another time. But so can money buy love? Right? Like I said, no, but it can buy all those other things. So why am I doing this? Well, then I'll just do it to make myself happy, because nobody's gonna come anyway. Nobody's gonna come to you, and nobody's gonna be the man, the permanent man that's going to give you the permanent relationship that you want. So I'll just do it just because I like to do it and just because it's fun, and I'll just do it to make myself happy. I'm not doing this for anybody else except just for me. As long as I like it, as long as I'm enjoying this, I'm doing this for me. And if other people are enjoying it, and if other people are liking it also, and they're enjoying it with me also, then so be it. But since nobody's coming, I'm it. I'm the end all be all. And to my shock, now that I'm not expecting, I don't want anybody to come. I'm not expecting anybody to come. I don't want to deal with anybody coming. Lo and behold, people started coming. Now that I don't want them to come, or I'm not expecting them to come, or I'm not even planning on them coming, now they're coming. They're coming, and they were coming like on a monthly basis, and they were scheduling themselves at the same time. Before, I couldn't. I had only one visitor coming once a year to meet the girls, and now I had one coming like every other week. Before the tragic situation happened, by the way, it was too good. Everything was just going too good. Everything was just going right. We were about to buy a townhouse. We just got a car. The girls were firing on all cylinders. I mean, everything was just ripe for it to just all come down. Was the and I was just like, it's just so hard for you to see it. That something those brewing, that when everything was going in such a positive way, that you never think that once everything was going right now, that we have people coming, we have plenty of resources, we were doing everything that we wanted, we were doing all the shopping, we were doing all the school necessary, we were eating, people were coming, people were actually interacting, relationships were finally forming, that it was just too good to be true, that there was something tragic that was going to come, that we needed to, what are we doing? Is what we're doing actually right? Is it what we're doing actually wrong? And that was what was next that was going to be tested. So let's go back to the comments really quick. So if anybody understands what I'm saying, if anybody's commenting. So because once I go into a rhythm, I stop looking at the comments. So I don't get distracted. I like this. Jim, Bob, and Hemi are just going back and forth about boobs. That goes to show you how, they're saying? A leg man is an intelligent, while a boob man is just you make your own conclusions. I'm settled for less for bangs, but I don't feel satisfied unless the girl has nice boobs. What about fake boobs? Double backflip is what? When too much fun. What is this? You just talk about boobs. Now, Hemi, you got a point over here. She used to have recent videos, but 2 years ago, it's like a lot of things stopped 2 years ago, which is around the time when I went into the dark. And I guess everybody associated with me went into the dark also with me. So I'm trying to bring people back into the light, saying, hey, it's okay to come out now because I'm okay. Does that make sense, Hemi? I think a lot of people went into the dark 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, because of me, because of what happened to me, and because of what happened to me, they don't want anything similar, something like that, even remotely associated with all the labels that I was being called or branded. Then obviously you wouldn't be updating your. So that's too bad that said she's not updating her video anymore. So Hemi, my question to you is, do you think it has something to do with what happened to me, why she hasn't uploaded? Just like I pretty much assume a lot of people like Sissy and Donna and other people stop vlogging or stop making themselves available online to communicate with because of what happened to me. Is that a fair question, Hemi? Yes or no? If you can take time out of your meeting and answer that question. I know there's a lag, but if anybody can answer that, I already know the answer. I just want to see if other people agree with the timing. Yeah, I'm just saying because she's so closely connected to me. I'm just saying because of the connection with me, and after what happened, a lot of people decided that they didn't want to be online anymore. The timing was not coincidental. Thank you, Jim Bob. I was beginning to think that I was delusional again. I'm happy to think that you confirmed that I'm not the only one. The timing was not coincidental. There probably has, because the internet, as you can see, has a negative effect. It has like this butterfly effect. Then lots of channels decided to make some distance. They wanted not only from me but from the internet altogether, because as you can see, a lot of it has to be, keeping a low profile and not letting undesirable attention from undesirable people. Hemi is not convinced. What is it going to take you to convince you? Maybe you should look at our videos again and see if you're convinced. I think it's just a coincidence. Hemi is saying it's just a coincidence. It's okay. Now Hemi is just not making sense. He just wants to be contradictory. He just wants to cut off his nose to spite his face now. But the fact that Jim Bob agrees and Quincy agrees is enough confirmation for me. Because Hemi, sometimes you're in your. Sometimes I don't know what the color of the sky in your world is. No, because a lot of people quit. Yeah, at the same time, I was in trouble. They're not gonna stop. Okay, fair enough. So we'll have to agree to me and the other people have to agree to disagree. So you're right, Hemi. I'm not so important that people are not gonna quit YouTube because of me. Okay, Sissy didn't quit YouTube, and I definitely know that he. I'll agree with you that he didn't get divorced because of me. He got divorced because he realized that the ladies with something extra are more satisfying to him than the ladies without the extra. Ooh, Quincy has a point there. She stopped posting 5 months be the incident, but she stopped when the trolls attacked you. Ah, so I see. So Quincy is making a point that attacking me and being associated so yeah, if they're attacking me, they're definitely probably would attack her, and they would probably make references to me with her, which would probably hurt her a lot. I mean, I would be hurt if I was her. 5 months before the incident. Yeah, but I think I realized she kind of came and went, but I guess it didn't help. It just didn't help. And why why never come back? I guess is the question. I can understand taking a temporary leave, but why never come back? Yes. Well, I didn't study that. I just kind of go with what I know. Trend lines can be, what do you call that? You can interpret that any way you want. Well, Jim Boyd does have a point. She did come out of poverty. And if I didn't, she would have become just like that girl that was pregnant by a drug addict. Speaking of drugs, you know a lot about the drug world once you're in prison, because 99% of drugs. And it's a nasty, dangerous business. Where what makes it so dangerous is like people get killed on a daily basis over drugs over here. I mean, you get killed on something so minor like the loose change in your pocket. Or what about drugs? People kill. I mean, this drug war. It's about who controls the drugs. All right, let's. Can we stop it now? Let's. Can we? Can we? I've already addressed this about. What is that, Hemi? Anyway, so enough of that. I'm not gonna, hey, you guys watch it. That's her husband. That's the father of her children now. Okay, so have some respect, people. All right. Okay, Hemi, just have her respect. I'm not even gonna address that. Okay. So back to what I was saying. Like she did get out of poverty, and she gave her children a future, a better future, a future that she wouldn't have never been able to have access to. Like Quincy is saying, that they would have children by drug addicts over here, and then they have no future. Regardless, if whatever you say about his looks, about I mean, he still got her out of poverty, which none of you did. So nobody else did except her. Okay, there were plenty of chances, there were plenty of opportunities for somebody else to come along and rescue her from her poverty, and she took her opportunity. So I know this is not politically correct, and it's going to upset a lot of social justice warriors. Was she used her looks to get out of poverty, to get out, to give her children a chance, a future. I mean, I remember a long time ago, she took her kids to Disney World. I mean, if I didn't come along and give her the access or the opportunities, then her kids would have never seen Disney World. Hell, my kid has never even been to Disney World. That shows you how lucky she is. I mean, every child should have the experience of knowing what it's like to go to the happiest place on earth. I would love to take Hero to Disney World, but as you can see, he's getting too old for it, and it's just that we don't have the finances to do that right now. We're on a shoestring budget, and we're going with the basics of just food, education, electricity, water, clothing, and football. Actually, football is our main, and then a little bit of the boss's retail therapy. So and there's no room for a trip to Disneyland, even if it's somewhere as close to, what is it, Hong Kong Disney or Tokyo Disney. Probably prefer to Tokyo Disney, because I'd rather visit Japan than Hong Kong. Those would be the two, I think, to the closest Disneyland places. Actually, what I really love to do is go to Disney Euro. So there's a lot more places, more interesting places to visit. But like I said, if it's meant to be, then I would love to go to Disney Euro. But if not, the only way we get to Disney Euro, if Disney Euro falls out of the sky and lands in our lap over here. But in the meantime, like I said, the point I'm making here is because of my chance encounter with Joy, she is able to take her kids to the happiest place on earth, which I couldn't even say I could. That's a story for another time. Okay, he seems like an okay guy. Where is it? Let's go to the comments. Digital Underground says it's a trap, like Admiral Akbar said in Star Wars. Like I said, please leave the guy alone. He can't. Unless I'm not the prettiest guy in here. I wasn't born with looks. Unless you're born with looks, let's not ride the guy for the way he looks, because he was born that way. He can't choose his parents. Okay, so he can't do anything about his looks, but he can do something about his actions. And his actions was he saved Joy from poverty, and he gave her kids a future, a chance, an opportunity in a Western world. Digital Underground Gaming says, I live by Disney World. Yay, Florida. Hemi says, come to California. I don't think California is a good place to come right now. Quincy says many of them are still hiding that they have a baby. Yeah, they hide that they had a baby. Even one of the bebots hid that they have a baby. But if you spend enough time with them, the truth will come out whether they have a baby or not. Hemi says you can stay in my mansion in Santa Monica. I would really like to take you up on your offer, Hemi, but my place is here for now. But I would like to keep that bridge open just in case. Jim Bob says Mark was the only vlogger that did good and more to a person than these other Philippine-based vloggers with bar girls for partners. Okay, let me make a comment on that, Jim Bob. I mean, I have videos. I have lots of videos where I took girls to the dentist and fixed their teeth. Okay, I fixed. Me and Wes took some girls to the dentist. I've taken Princess to the dentist. I've taken a lot of girls to the dentist, and I don't even live with them. Right? They're not my girlfriend or anything like that. They're just people that my time, and my time is more precious than your money. Okay, even though I don't have a lot of money right now, but I do have my time, and it is precious, and we all can agree to that. And I've taken a lot of girls. Now, one of these Philippine-based vloggers had a live-in girlfriend. I'm not going to mention any names, but you can press. He had a live-in girlfriend, and that's how he grew his channel. He used this girlfriend that he lives with. Okay, they weren't married, and they weren't planned on getting married. And every time people would ask, say, "Why? What are you getting married? When are you getting married?" He would say, I think the word he was saying was copacetic. We have to make sure it's copacetic. What the hell does that mean? He would say copacetic. So let me translate that in real, in truth terms. I have no plans of marrying this girl. Look, I won't even fix her teeth. Look how fucked up her teeth are, right? She's living with me. I'm milking the cow over here. Bebots Only is taking girls to the dentist on a weekly, daily basis. And this girl that I'm living with, I won't even I won't fix her fucked up teeth, right? At least with Sissy, his wife, before he divorced her and left her for a lady boy, put braces on her to fix her. But this vlogger that's making all this money after he grew his channel, and his channel was only popular because of this girl, kicked her out to the curb and say, you know what? Get your ugly ass face out of here with your fucked up teeth and get the hell away now that my channel is grown, and I'll replace you and with somebody else. Because I just met you online like the rest of the messed up girls, because you're not going to meet the real girl that he wants. He's not going to meet online. So she was just a temporary. So when he says that, we're going to get married, but we're just keeping it copacetic, what he's really saying, the truth is, I just met you online. So like all the other trash online, you're trash also. So I'm just using you as a living milking the cow for free until I don't need you anymore, because now I'm looking for something that what I really want in person, that I'm here. So once that happens, kicks her out to the curb, and she was worse off than she was before. She was older, she was used up, she's already, what kind of person is going to be interested in her after he kind of ran her through the mill? So if you guys know what I'm talking about, give it a confirmation. But yeah, like Jim Bob says, I've helped a lot of people, not only the temporary, but permanent. Even if you could just say, and even if it's just Joy, even if it's just Katrina, even if it's just Wes, even if it's just, but that's one more person that any of these vloggers will ever help, because they're just here to help themselves. And so that's what I was talking about. I mean, you couldn't have at least, you were there living with her. You couldn't have at least took her to the dentist and fixed her teeth, or at least make her better off than you were when you first met her. Now she's still uneducated. She's still got messed up teeth, and she's got this stigma that's already been with this guy that used her and then just kicked her to the curb. What kind of quality person is she going to move on or get from there after that? So it was just really sad about what happened, and that's just the reality. And everybody's going, "Hooray! This person is so wonderful and everything." But the reality is not. He just used this girl and made her worse off than before. Jim Bob says that's what I see. Well, because that's the truth. What is this? Hemi says, here you came up with a lot of how many got pregnant. Okay, the one thing I learned was I admitted it was consensual. It was consensual. Well, how do you define consensual? Even the judge says it's consensual. Okay. Mark insinuated that today on the stream. Some had their second babies this month. And the next question is it the same dad? Quincy says some of them are having their second babies already. And the next question is it the same dad? And most of the time the answer is we don't know. Asking about Charity. His offer open for the visit also. What is your offer, Jim Bob, that I needed to visit? I'm looking in the comments. What is it that you offer? Can you type in again? Oh, to visit where? Where are you at? I forget, or I must have read somewhere. To visit. Where are you that I could visit? Like I said, I don't have the means to visit. Like I said, I only have the means to practice football. Quincy says some of the Bebots told me that they worked at La Cafe before 18. Yeah, because you can get the LA Cafe without ID. They don't check ID at the door. It's like you're a girl, okay, come in, because that's what drives the business over there is the girls. They're not gonna check ID. Half the girls over there are probably underage, and you can go to a restaurant and they don't need to check ID. So that's what you're saying. So you don't need to be 18 to prostitute yourselves at LA Cafe, because you're just going because it's just a restaurant bar. So there's nothing illegal about going to a restaurant and a bar, and then obviously people are there. It's a pickup place. So Hemi says, "Oh, really? That's a scary thought." Yeah, there was a video. We picked up one that had a fake ID, and I made videos of her. And she says, "Yeah, making a fake ID is easy. To get into those places, you need a fake ID to get inside the hotels. So all you have to go to is what is it, Recto or Benondo? Making up fake IDs so to get into hotels is very easy, even if you're underage, even if you're not 18 yet. And that's what the girls use. And they don't even use like national IDs. You can use like a work ID. Let's say you used to work for like Walter Mart or Shell or something like that. You don't even have to. It's just anything that has a picture on it and has a company name on it, and people will use that as their ID, as their identification, because there's no national ID system over here. People over here don't have IDs in general, and the person at the desk will just take an ID. As long as they look at it, it looks official. It just covers their asses. It just covers their bases. So yes, Quincy is right. I know this personally, that we have had girls that we picked up from LA Cafe with or without IDs, and if the IDs they have are fake, and yes, they are underage. Hemi says that's a scary thought. Need to check IDs even though it's fake. Hemi says, Quincy, are you serious? I thought LA Cafe was a very niche. The average girl would know about it. No, everybody knows about it. It's pretty much a magnet. Oh, Jim Bob is around. Well, if you wanna my hero and the boss also, we've never been to Hawaii, so Jim Bob, yeah, I'd like to take you up on your offer. So sure, we'd like to visit Hawaii. It would make for great content. So yeah, I'd love to visit you in Hawaii. Let's make it so. So over here, Jim Bob is offering that I visit him in Hawaii, expenses paid. But I don't know. Hero eats a lot of burgers. He's turning 14 this year, and he's got a voracious teenage appetite. So I don't know if you want to say expenses there, because he eats a lot of Whoppers. So he'll eat 3 Whoppers a day if he could. And over here, that's like $10 each Whopper. So you're talking about $30 a day just on Whoppers, Jim Bob. So I don't think the offer is nice, but I don't think you understand what it means that Hero is a healthy eater also. So Quincy is Quincy. I believe Quincy because Quincy is he's verified, and he's actually met with the. I verified him, and he's actually met with the girls. So if he says that, and I personally know this information that he's talking about. Also, if anything, I can just confirm what he says. So yeah, is there. Fake. Yeah, everything could be fake, fake ID, fake identification number, everything. I could see Wes again. Yeah, I could probably. I have to look him up, but I think he's perfectly happy where he's at. How do? But you can't. I don't think you can. If you can't trust IDs, except passport IDs. Yeah, as if they have a passport. You know how the what kind of process it takes to get a passport ID over here. It takes months. I went through getting a passport ID. You have to remember I had to travel to like another part of the province because there's like a long waiting list at the area where I was at. It would take like several months. I think 6 months or a year to be in waiting line. So there's another place which is further that had a less wait in line. So we went there. That's where the I-10 actually started dying, the air conditioner. We had to drive all the way over there where the air conditioner not working in this hot weather. So getting a passport, if they already have a passport, that means they don't need you. But even then, passports can be faked also. Who remembers Jeline with her two twin sisters? There were three sisters who looked the same. Was that from one of my videos? Jim Bob, hello? How'd you get them to it? I mean, once you spend time with them, like I said, the truth always comes out. You just because for me, getting girls to trust me and tell me to talk about the truth about their lives is very easy. Okay, because I'm just very genuine with myself. Okay, I pretty much tell them not what they want to hear, but I tell them what they need to hear and what they need to hear from me and what I am. And like I said, I'm pretty transparent and upfront. And versus because they know, because over here a lot of people like to play games, and which I don't, because like I said, it's probably from my Western upbringing. So they're very, when they see a person like me and when they interact with me, and then when I'm very upfront, of course it shocks them at first, but once they realize it and they kind of get used to it, then they start talking to me the same way that I start talking to them, because I'm not a narc. If they tell me that they have fake IDs, it's not like I'm gonna rat them out and all of a sudden they can't work at LA Cafe anymore. So they can tell me. So there's no reason. How do I get them to admit it to me? Because I give them no reason not to admit it to me. Because it's or was that the first generation? Hemi said Chai had a passport or family with okay money, so she didn't need us. Okay, but apparently, I was still okay with her. I was still, even though she had a family and everything like that. I was offering her something. She was spending time with me, and she was willing to go into a hotel with me. I was offering her something that it's just that mole. I always go back to that mole. And the first, I look at the pictures and I go, wow, that mole again. Anyway, like I said, but Quincy, it's still a long process. I mean, 600 pesos, give them 600 pesos, they're not going to spend it on a postal ID. And like I said, it's even a postal ID is really easy to fake. Even a birth certificate is easy to fake also. So, yeah, I mean, those documents can easily be faked. How many freelancers have postal IDs? None. They usually have like this weird, the IDs I see are generic. They're like work IDs, like you get at work. Like if you work at a certain factory, this is the ID you would get. It just looked like a simple machine made it. Hemi's getting paranoid about IDs. What is this? Wow, I have videos in Daily Motion. I know my old account in Daily Motion was, but I know people are re-uploading my stuff. I remember this Fergie and Chai bond over Korean barbecue. Oh, that's rich. This is a good one. Who reposted this? Crash Bloat. Oh, see, this video would have been lost forever. Look at Chai eating. She loves to eat. Boy, that girl can eat. You're not gonna you're gonna get your money's worth when you take Chai to eat. Some girls, well, most girls anyway. I think most girls can eat pretty good here. It's funny, this bebotsonly.com is right over it. I mean, that's funny. Quincy's saying, okay, oh, that's not from the first generation. I don't think Jera is from the first generation. You're gonna have to give me a link to a video, Jim Bob. I'm old, and my memory. That's why I need videos. That's why I make these videos to cheat time, to cheat age, because with videos, I take a lot of videos because it's my way of cheating time. I mean, I'll remember every good memory thanks to the videos. But if I don't, then if you don't remember something, it might as well have never happened, is what I always say. That's why I always try to document as much as I can. TIN is, it's like their social security number over here. It's like SSN. So it's something number. Tax ID number. That's what it stands for. TIN stands for tax ID number. That's just like social security number. That's what TIN stands for, tax ID number. So it should be TIDN, but this is the Philippines, so they can't really, that's too many letters. Yeah, it could be easily faked. Yeah, Quincy had the gall, the audacity, the balls to visit the the Bebots while I was busy. It's just crazy. I thought it would be a difficult time. Amazing. How often are they under? Well, I think this is the scam you have to be worried about the most, okay? Because I actually have firsthand knowledge. Is that if you go online and if you talk to these girls online, and if this is the one that I would be most worried about, because you don't know if the girl you're talking to online is underage or what age she is, okay? And then if she shows you anything, okay, for example, she shows you her boobs or something like that, right there, you can get you can get arrested already if she shows you. And if you ever show up here, that's it. I mean, you don't know her age, but if she ever showed you a boob, and if you showed her or a leg or anything, and she showed you her butt, and then you sent her money for it, right there, you could be charged with human trafficking. So for the most people, that's probably the easiest way to get in trouble with the law over here or anywhere, is if you send the girl money, and if she says, oh, he sent me money, so I give him nudity, over there, that's already exchange for money for, so that's already prostitution right there for something, sexual kind of exchange for money. So right there, you're already going to be charged with being a part of human trafficking. You're accessory to human trafficking, even though if the girl is the one trafficking herself, maybe you convinced her to traffic for you. There's lots of ways, but you will be something human trafficking modified by this code or this law, like for me, it'll be like human trafficking in relation to cybercrime is probably what they'll nail you with. Uh, so yeah, no, I don't want to. If he can go through the 3 hour strip search wait in line to to visit me in prison, then yeah, he could. So yeah, there's a big long wait because there's it's such a long process because they have to search everybody, search all the food, search all your clothes, do your strip search you that so you could wait in line for 3 hours and no cell phones allowed or anything like that. So you're gonna be waiting in line with nothing to entertain you with. Usually, if you're waiting, you usually have your cell phone. You can watch Netflix or you could play some kind of cell phone game or Mobile Legends. But no, you can't do that while you're waiting in prison. So if you could do that and you could suffer through the strip search looking for contraband, then you could visit me in prison. Yeah, the Cavite girls are in the second generation. The first generation is the yeah. The second, I met the Cavite girls from let me follow the trail. Okay, I met the Cavite girls because Tom came over here. We went to LA Cafe, picked up a freelancer. She said she wasn't a single mom. She wasn't a single mom. So, I mean, she was a single mom. He knew it once he went exploring. He said something is off. Something doesn't feel quite right. Then eventually, we discovered that she was a single mom, which is fine. But single moms have friends or relatives or neighbors or somebody they know that are not single moms, but are in the same situation as her. So I started contacting the other girls from her area. She's in Cavite, and that's where that kind of there was two areas in Cavite that one didn't pan out while another one did. The other one was from a prostitute over here, and she said she had a cousin in Cavite. So she introduced me to her cousin. We went to there. It was the funniest thing. It was at their house, and this cousin. We went to meet them at their house. And what's funny was it was the mother who was a former prostitute herself was actually prostituting her cousin. So I just came there to kind of meet. I wasn't really ready to engage. For me, I was just kind of. For me, I'm not interested in paid sex. I'm interested in, but I mean, I'll run into situations. If that's what will make the interaction go, then that's what will make the interaction go. But for the most part, I try to avoid it. I want to get to know the people first. And for me, I was just trying to get to know a non-prostitute. I go, can I get to know a non-prostitutes first? Do you have somebody? And he goes, oh, I have a cousin that I could introduce you. She's not a prostitute, right? No, she's not a prostitute. But when I got there, and the mom was actually assuming that I was looking for a prostitute because she was a prostitute herself. That's what happens with a lot of these girls over here. They go in the Manila, like in Cavite area, they go to the Manila to become prostitutes after they get kind of weeded out or pushed out because there's younger prostitutes always coming in. The older ones get pushed out and they go back to their province and then start their families. And then that's when they start becoming the former prostitutes become the managers, and they become the managers not only of their maybe nieces or neighbors, but they also can manage even their own daughter, which was not unexpected, but kind of awkward. And I gave the mom some money. I just say I kind of pretended to be an agent myself. I wasn't like a customer, I just wanted to get meet people, and I got to know the girls. So and my plan wasn't to make them prostitutes. I just wanted to make them regular people. But the mom, because this is how they needed money. This is her livelihood. this is the only, and then why else would somebody come here, and come to Cavite looking for girls, and only for that reason. She was only going based on what she knows. She didn't know anything about my process or Bebots Only process. We're not interested in prostitutes. We're interested in girls. Okay, yes, they're predestined to be prostitutes, just like you. You used to be a former prostitute. Now you're a manager or a bugao, and you're prostituting your own daughter, which is pretty common if you're a former prostitute, and it's like, I did it and look how I turned out. So what's wrong? And she's at that age where, why give it away for free to the local drug addicts when you can use it to make a living out of it. So it was kind of what is that? So let's go here. Let me look at the comments here. Hemi says, Jim Bob says, I don't need to go to bars in Bays. I have a contact I know there, and I can get rare girls much better, and could be a thrill. Man, good. Did I see the link with Jera? Oh, I remember now. I remember Jera now. Nah, that name seems so familiar to me. Yes, I remember Jera and her sisters. They look like twins. Yeah, I remember now. Now it's all coming back to me. They were part of the first generation. They were local over here. I met them for that pizza one time, and their niece, so one of the sisters actually has a baby girl, and it was her birthday. We went to go eat. We got her a birthday present, and we had another meeting scheduled that following weekend, that following Friday, but it didn't follow up. There was kind of we didn't follow up. Something came up. I had to do something else, and we never rescheduled it. So I remember now where they are. That I don't know. That was like 5 years ago. So who knows? A lot can happen in 5 years. They might have 3 kids by now. So I remember Jerry and her, and they were all beautiful sisters. My God. So that was a good gene pool. I could see some FB links, please. I need some ex-hooker's big boob daughter, even if she has a peg leg. Well, if you just wait a couple of years, they're all gonna be older. It's just whether how many kids do they have by now? They are now suffering now, I assume, from the system. Yeah, but at least they're happy. Some of the happiest people you'll see over here are people living under a bridge. Some of the happiest people I know are living in prison right now. I mean, they're suffering, but they're still very happy. They have nothing to worry about. What is that? Nothing. Okay, I remember Jerry and her sisters now. Yeah, they're from the first generation. Jim Bob, they probably all have kids now with deadbeat judgments who ran away. Yep. Yes, they probably are. You can have your cake, Hemi. The whole cake. Even if she has a peg leg. Even if she has no legs. Oh, hey, John Doe is here. I was wondering, now that you come in, there's like only 8 minutes left. So, but John Doe finally shows up, and and I have to finish this vlog pretty soon. I didn't even get to talk about the money trail or anything like that. Okay, last 5 minutes. Anybody? I can't. Well, a little too late. So I guess I'm going to be talking about where the money came from. Any guesses where the money came from? Who gave the police the financial incentive to keep me in jail as long as possible, to set me up? And John Doe hires you to tell him this kind of stuff. Well, you should have woke him up a long time ago, like about 4 hours ago, because I got. So that's my next legal case video. My videos we're going to be talking about where the financial incentive came from. Okay, so because everybody's like, oh, why did all this happen? What is the reason? Okay, and easily because of money. All right, money. It always comes back to money. Okay, so I'm not all. It's like, why would anybody call you this? Why would anybody accuse you? Why would they? Because of money. All right, it comes down to money. All right, they want to extort money out of you. So anybody. So yeah, now the trolls started a fun to get you. Yeah, good one, Quincy. So no, nobody has an idea. But yes, Quincy, good guess, Quincy, but not even close. I don't think LA Cafe is open yet. I mean, you have to understand there's a pandemic going on, so all restaurants and traveling is still limited. So if they are open in a limited basis. So I wait another 6 months to a year before I would even revisit going back to LA Cafe. But I will go. LA Cafe has its advantages and disadvantages. Okay, I would actually go to LA Cafe again because I do like the whole freelance scenario. Jim Bob says he's not Visayas. Yeah, I've never been to the Visayas, but I know it has a lot of advantages. Okay, so Hemi, how are you supposed to know which girl you want if she's wearing a mask? We know the purpose. Who paid the police? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I know who paid the police. So I know the financial incentive. Let's not call it paid the police. Let's just say financial incentive. Who's going? Who can guess where the yeah, Quincy? Don't give him too much information. But who can guess? I need some more guesses of where the financial incentive came from for the police to set me up and for them to intimidate the. Because getting me arrested is one thing, but to go through a whole separate long trial, to make sure that who made sure, even if the girls are not interested in attending anymore, who made sure that the police will tell the judge to issue an arrest warrant so they could arrest the children, so they could show up to trial. Who is going to give them that kind of financial incentive? Anyone? Face doesn't matter. Okay, well, face does matter. Digital Underground says the president, good try, but Donald Trump is not interested in what we do over here. He's got bigger problems. And yeah, if big boobs is all you're looking for in LA Cafe, there's plenty of girls over there with big boobs. When I was the last time I was over there, I was really interested in this one girl, and she was like, she probably was in her 30s, but she looked really good. She was in good shape, and I liked her demeanor. She was more like she reminded me of like a teacher or something like that, which kind of, because she was almost like how she was there. We all know why she was there. She was looking for a guest for the evening, so she has money she has money to be able to pay for the taxi or for the bus to go back home. But she was simple. I liked how she was simple. She had no makeup. She just reminded me of someone that I would like to hang out with. I mean, not even for sex. I just like the way she was demeanor. She was like going around talking to the girls as if she was like this. She gave me this like this friend, motherly, teacherly instinct. I mean, she wasn't the most beautiful person, but she was cute. I liked her. She was pretty. She was somebody that I would talk to if that was a regular bar. I She looked like a regular person. She didn't what attracted me. She wasn't like the most. There were other better looking girls over there. She looked the most normal to me, as if she wasn't there to be a prostitute. And I almost wanted to just take her out, pay the $60 just to spend time with her and just have company for that evening. And if we hit it off, then we would do it not because of the money. We would do it because it was something that we both wanted. I mean, if she wanted to do it, then I would want to do it also. But if they don't want to do it, I'm like, I'm not gonna convince myself to want to do it with somebody who doesn't want to do it. I'm just too old for that. I was just gonna pay her for her time. And remember, that's what's the important thing over here. Time can't buy. I mean, money can't buy love, but it can buy time. It can buy. It can't. I mean, and that's what you need to develop trust. You need and to communicate. Because you can only create. Remember, I always say there is no relationship without communication. Oh, if you have the time and you use the money to force them in front of you, they have no choice but to communicate with you. And through this communication, you will build this trust. You will build this relationship. And through this relationship, you will develop love. Okay, did you buy? Now, if you're an asshole and you have no, you can't put two and two together, no matter how much time you pay them for, you're not going to get them to fall in love with you. Okay. But you could force it where you could cause the, whatchamacallit, the Stockholm syndrome, where you just force them, you just cage them, put them in a cage, and they have nowhere to go. But that's not real love, though. That's kind of like it's like a artificial love. Stockholm syndrome is not. There's nothing like the real love that a Filipina can give you, through that she'll stand by your side, and her loyalty is second to none. I mean, me as an example, even what I went through, my family and my wife, her family stuck by through me through thick and thin, stood by my side, stood up for me. Even my first lawyer was trying to convince her that I was guilty. Oh, they have videos of him. He's guilty. We're gonna lose this. So you might as well stop wasting your money. And I know why. Why would he say? Well, because I'm already fully paid and I don't want to work anymore, and I don't want to. Because the problem with her is the boss's biggest fault was he doesn't know how to manage the people over here with the money. She thinks that if she paid him already in full, that they're going to do a better job. And as a matter of fact, it worked against her. It backfired on us. Not only she already paid him in full, but it backfired where his plan now was to keep me in jail as long as possible, and to get me convicted, and to get as many cases against me as much as possible. And how do I know this? Obviously, because there's no proof at all of that. I should have never been charged with human trafficking, but he didn't fight it. Was the biggest problem. He never showed up to any of my inquests, and like I said, because it's could you say it's his fault? No, because this is how they do it over here. Because you pay me money, if I'm already paid, I'm not gonna do the work. If anything, I'll do the only thing I'll do is create myself more work so I can make more money. So he did his best to convince my wife that I was guilty, and he did his best to make sure that more cases were added against me so he could make more money. So that was the biggest problem. Mismanagement. These are the kind of things that you have to learn. You live and you learn, and you live through experience. And that was my experience with our first lawyer. Anyway, it's 12 o'clock. I have to go eat lunch. I have to spend time with Hiro. He's actually calling me because he needs help with robotics. That's a subject. Hell, robotics. There was no subject of robotics when I was going to high school in the 80s, or college in the 90s, or postgraduate in the early 2000s. So I don't know anything about robotics. Okay, but I mean, at least the thing about my education is you could always learn something new every day. Last night I did science, technology, engineering, and math as their subject, and I had to do this whole thing that I had to relearn. And I have, okay, even if I didn't have the subject when I was in college or in school, at least I could learn. And what makes online right now is all the information that if you want to learn something is available. So that's pretty that's what's consuming a lot of my time now, which is another reason why I can't do an 8 hour live stream versus a 5 hour live stream. Is the kids are at home and they need help with school, so I have to help them with robotics, even though I don't know anything about robotics, but I can learn. So I what did she screwed up? Has a mistress, is rich, she looks like I'm totally very not your Jana. Famous spot. Oh yeah, okay. Days ago, no, I think so not rich. Hemi's asking what was Chai's feeling. I think we were civil. If at the, there was if I called her up, if I texted her, I go, hey, let's meet somewhere, let's get something to eat. We'll get something to eat. We'll talk to each other. We'll get caught up. That's pretty much it. You want to go to a hotel together? Yes, no, maybe so. I don't know. We went to a hotel before and it was fine. I just had to make the right conditions. Over here, people are basically products of their environment, products of their conditions. So all you have to do is create the proper conditions. You could pretty much create the proper Filipina that you want. Are there any bebos you didn't get along with? Yes and no. There are things that I didn't like about them was how they like to eat and run. So if you, and I would say if you like to eat and run, then go ahead. The door is open, okay. But usually they don't like to because they want more, and before they want, that's just what they're waiting for. But I can tell that they're antsy and they're ready to go and they're just waiting for something. And I said, okay, well then just go. If you want to eat and run, then just go ahead. You don't need me to give you permission. So, I mean, well, I'm not an easy person to get along with. I think if the boss will tell you when she first met me, she hated me. She really hated me, and then probably the second day she wanted to have my baby. And some girls they never get over that first phase. I just have a very, I don't want to say abrasive personality, but I have a very direct personality. So anyway, I'm going to be ending this stream short. So obviously nobody has any answers to where the financial, nobody came close. Nobody even wants to take a guess. Okay. So we'll schedule another live stream. I don't know if we'll schedule another live stream next Monday, but I definitely won't be available I won't be available this Monday, but the next Monday is a 50-50 chance. But if I do schedule another one before, sometimes I'll wake up like after 2 or 3 hours of sleeping. I'll share this with you guys. Sometimes I get this recurring nightmare that I'll wake up in jail again. And the reason why is I usually when I have a jail dream, sometimes I wake up and I go, oh, I'm still at home. Sometimes I'll pinch myself. Am I actually out? After going on my third year, that I'm actually out. So one of the recurring dreams I have is that I'm going back to prison again. And the reason why was the police filed another case against me, because remember they filed 3 cases against me in 3 different courts for 3 different judges. So my dream was they filed a 4th one in a different court. I don't know where. I mean, it's just a dream, so the details are kind of fuzzy. And there's this arrest warrant out for me, and I'm like on the run, and then I'll wake up and it was just a dream. And and sometimes it's hard for me to go back to sleep. And there's sometimes where that's when I'll vlog, or sometimes I was thinking about live streaming if live streaming now wasn't so complicated. So, but the point is, if sometimes I'll do some random live streaming, but I hope the fact that I'm still vlogging, I'm still live streaming, that I hope that more and more people will say that, hey, it's okay to come back out and start vlogging again and start live streaming again, or just start vlogging in general. Maybe the people who coincidentally stop vlogging will start vlogging again. But if they don't, it's no big deal. I look. Wait. Hold on a second. Let me get some lunch and shopping. But I only offered lunch and see you another day. I said it before. Don't go looking. All right. Hemi is an expert also. Oh, Quincy says they have a baby daddy case against you. Yeah. Or they have daddy issues with me, I guess, is another thing why they get upset at me. So baby daddy case against me. That's another one. I don't think so. I'm pretty careful when it comes to baby's daddy's case. That's usually the last thing in my mind. But it's a possibility that I could be the baby's daddy. And there's obvious reasons why it's better for me to be the baby's daddy than the Jejimon or one of their customers. They're also known as the most hated. Jim Bob, they're also known as the most hated also on YouTube. Wait a second. I thought I was the most hated person on YouTube. Why is Digital Underground Gaming retracting all his messages? Is somebody taking the blue wrench and retracting his messages? Jim Bob is saying I'm the greatest of all. Well, I have the most experience of all time, if that's what you're asking. I both experienced both the good and bad. And I'd like to experience not just prostitutes, but regular girls also from different facets of life, if that's what you're saying. But in terms of greatest of all time, let's just not just Digital Underground saying Billie Jean. Well, because there's this stigma that I have money, which I do and I don't. I do have monies for my basics for my family. And when you have a family, you don't really have money. It's their money. Once you get married, I told the boss, it's like, once I get married, I don't have any money anymore. It's like their money now. It's when you have kids, you don't have any money for yourself now. It's their money. So I don't really have money. And if I do have money, it comes from the true believers and the supporters and the sponsors, and that's what I use, and I'm pretty transparent about it. But having money for private school and for private football training would be, yes, the argument would be that would be means that I have a lot of money, because most of the people over here can't afford private school or private football training. But by no means does that make me rich or anything like that. But if you compare it to a Jejimon, I guess it's all relative. Then yeah, I do have money, and it's better for me to be the baby's daddy than the Jejimon. But you'll never be able to prove it. He's just typing too fast. So it's you using the blue wrench on yourself, Digital Underground, instead of somebody using the. So okay, everybody. So don't listen to Hemi. I mean, listen to Hemi, but keep it in perspective that who you're talking to. I mean, you can say a lot of things, but unless you have proof to back up what you're saying, then it's better for you to consider it as just entertainment versus as a viable resource. How do you know? Yes. What did Digital Underground Gaming says? I'm just okay. Is it so? Everything is finished up over here, and we're gonna end it. And I'm gonna have lunch, and I'm gonna help Hero and the kids with their online robotics, and then we're gonna go exercise, because, like I said, the last 10 months, Hero got out of shape, and I got to get him back into shape. So our plan is to do a progress video, and this week or next week I got to prioritize his football channel. I want to be transferring all the football related stuff to that channel, but I want to get some of the old stuff first in there, and organizing the old stuff of his old football stuff is a challenge, versus because I have to dig up stuff. And so, but don't worry, I'm gonna vlog again soon. I'm not going anywhere. So yeah, Quincy says stay COVID free. Yes, all of you stay COVID free, even though I already got infected while I was in prison. So you guys might wanna ask me about that. What's it like having COVID in prison? It's nothing. All I did was take azithromycin, Tylenol, ibuprofen, and antihistamine. I think Benadryl. Those are the 4 things that I took. Ibuprofen and Tylenol for my fever. Azithromycin if I had any respiratory infection, which I didn't have any, and antihistamine if I had any severe, just in case I had a severe reaction to the COVID, which I didn't, but I just took it anyway as a preventative. And after 3 days, I was fine. My first symptoms was like on a Sunday, I had a severe headache. Monday, I had the chills. I woke up in the middle of the night, I had these extreme chills. I took some Tylenol to make it go away, and I continued taking it every 4 hours until the next day. After the Tylenol wore off, I didn't have any chills anymore, so there was no use. But for like a week, it affected my taste. I couldn't discern. I could only taste if something was sweet or salty, but I couldn't tell the difference if it was chicken or pork or fish. Or I could tell by texture, but I couldn't tell by taste. I actually had the boss gave me some medicine before the pandemic hit. I always had medicine in case for the major diseases you get caught in jail, which is like UTIs, which I had a supply of Cipro in case anybody had a UTI, Cipro. And if I had any kind of respiratory infection, I took azithromycin because it's like a cesspool in there. Whatever people brought in, I mean, you're talking about the poorest people of society. So, and you're in a closed space, so you're going to get infected with whatever everybody has. So I always had a stock of like a medicine cabinet that I kept on my stash of medicine, and also to keep myself comfortable. I mean, who wants to if you have fever and you're in prison? I mean, how are you going to get better? So I had plenty of medicine to keep me comfortable before the pandemic. I had plenty of medicine even while I was in detention. So does the Hero channel have a donation stream, Gcash? Not yet, but I'll have to look up how to set that up. So, so the medicine, and over here, like I said, you don't really need. I bought plenty of prescription antibiotics. I even bought like the injectable, what's that? The ceftriaxone over the counter, even though you need a prescription. But if you go to these independent places and you just sound like you make it sound like you know what you're doing, which I do. I just say, I need this dosage. Do you have this dosage? Do you have this? I would need this. And then I go, do you have another? I would talk about it like I was like somebody who talks to a pharmacist all the time. So they had no problem. Most pharmacies, the independent ones, not the chain ones, if you know how to talk to them properly and use their language that they use in the pharmacy field, in the drugstore field, they'll sell you antibiotics, because nobody who overdoses from antibiotics or who abuses antibiotics, okay? So they need to keep their lights on. They need to eat also. So they have to sell drugs too. And there's nothing wrong with selling drugs. I mean, if you overdose on drugs, they're not going to be liable for it. So thank you for the medicine supply also, Quincy. Thank you for all your support in the past. And I will set up I don't know how to do that Gcash donation stream, but if I can get more football funding for Hero so he could achieve his dream and my dream for him, a young boy's dream to becoming a football player, then so be it. I have other videos. There's one video of him when I first went into prison, which was in July, and it was the cluster meet, and he scored, I think, 15 goals in 4 games. And I have video of at least, I think, 10 goals that the boss took. They're not that great, but I plan on editing and uploading it. And I don't really need to show arrows because Hero is pretty easy to spot. He's like the biggest one. He's like, they're the same age. You have to understand, Hero is the same age as all of them. Don't think that he's overage or anything like that. He's actually, there are other kids actually that are older than him that are half his size. He's just, I guess, Western size or American size, but he's easy to spot when you're watching a football because he's always twice the size as everybody else. And you've seen his some highlight videos that I've already shown, even if some of them are like maybe a year or 2 year old. A lot of these videos are before the pandemic, obviously. So I'll be working on that next. So if I don't show too much attention to this channel, I'm working on the football channel because I want him to have something to be proud of, to show his friends, and to generate more income especially for his football. So something that everybody can see that he's really passionate about. So thank you very much, everybody, for that came to the stream. Quincy, Digital Underground, John Doe for making a cameo, Hemi, obviously, Jim Bob for all your comments, and obviously there's I don't know what happened to the trolls. I did an open mic and they didn't show up, so maybe next time they'll show up. So I'll do definitely more of these. So thank you again. Thank everybody for giving us a lot of things to talk about and discuss. I love the questions, so it gives me a direction to go because I can pretty much talk about anything, but it's great if I am answering the questions that you're asking. Anyway, this has been Bebots Only, and we are going offline. If I could figure out how to do this. And everybody have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I wish everybody nothing but love, peace, and happiness. Ending broadcast. And like I said, we will get to where the financial incentive came from soon, very soon. And just stay tuned. And like I said, with the truth, it always comes out. Ending broadcast right now. Are you sure you want to end the broadcast?